Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I'm gonna introduce you to the levels of IT security. So like everything else, there are levels into IT security. So basically there are three types of levels, that is beginner, then we have the intermediate level, and then the advanced or the expert level. So as always, IT security aspirant or IT security guy always starts with the beginner level. So in this level you learn about the basic knowledge of network security, cryptography and operating systems. So in this level, after you have done all these things in this level, a person is totally new to cyber security world with little knowledge of general computer, and this person is also known as a noob, which is a slang in the security world, or a script kiddie. So in this level the kiddie uses tools and techniques created by professionals for hacking. So he doesn't has his own techniques, but by doing some practices or as doing some practices he learns about hacking, and then he goes to the next level. So this course which you have enrolled as of now, so this teaches you the fundamentals of hacking from beginner to intermediate level. So after beginner we have the intermediate level. So in this level a person knows the in and out of computers, like he has the expert knowledge of Windows operating system, Linux and Mac OS X, and network and security. And in this level the person is also known as ethical hacker or white hack. So in this level what a ethical hacker does is he uses tools and techniques created by professionals, and also tries to implement his own techniques and practices which he has gained over the years. And for apart from certified ethical hacking, you have the CISA and forensic investigator certifications, which will take you to advanced level for intermediate levels. So after intermediate level we have an advanced level, which is the most advanced level in cyber security. So a person over here is known as to do forensics and other thing, and he is also called as a penetration tester or cyber security expert. And in this level the penetration tester implements manual testing as much as possible by creating his own code and program. So basically what he does is he creates his own programs into Python and other coding languages. So certifications like CCSP and CISSP take you to advanced level from intermediate. This was it about different levels into cyber security. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna tell you something about the scope of IT security in future. So as you know, like back in days there were not too much news about hacking and IT security stuff. There were the slow speed computers, then person didn't have internet connection within their home, and the connection was also slow. But now in 2016, as you can see, the rapid growth of internet and internet of things has led to many problems in IT security. So as per the Bureau of Labor, the rate of growth for jobs in IT security would be at 37%. So it's a huge gap that we need to fill right now, because as the time continues we are having less men into IT security, and that is creating a lot of problems. So as you would have seen, like before 2010 there were not so much IT security related news, hacking and other stuff, but after 2012 there was a boom into IT hacking and security stuff, and we were able to get the news like every other day. We are able to get the news of hacking and other stuff. So as we know, the modern warfare against terrorists is being fought using cyber technology. So going forward this is gonna be a huge job field. As you can see the growth of internet, you will also see the growth into IT security. Thank you for watching, guys. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna tell you a little about Linux. So if you've heard Linux, you would know that most of the time it comes for free. 80% of Linux distributions are free of cost, available over the internet, and just like Windows and Mac, Linux is also an operating system. Even the cell phone which you use, like if you're using Android is based on Linux kernel. So Linux has a wide reach, and over the internet 70% of websites and other servers are based on Linux. So Linux is a huge operating system under IT. The best part of Linux is Linux is assembled under the model of free and open source software, so it is free basically. But we do have something like a proprietary thing within Linux, but it is only into the industrial side, not to the consumer side. Most of the consumer products which are made based on Linux are free of cost. So Linux was basically developed as a free operating system for personal computer, but since that has been posted to many other operating systems like you see Android, and then we have Linux servers all over the place, and then Linux is available in various distributions. The most widely used are Android and Ubuntu. So if you have never heard about Ubuntu is a most famous Linux operating system which is offered under the free and open source program. Thank you for watching, guys. Hey, welcome to this topic, guys, where I would like to go a little bit in depth for Linux. So as in the previous topics I told what is Linux and how it is used and different ways for Linux. In this topic I'm gonna tell you a little bit about more Linux, like what kind of distributions are available out there and which is the best for our security needs. So as everybody knows already, Android is the very best distribution which is used in mobile operating system, and compared to iOS or Windows, it is the most used operating system in the world right now. So apart from Android, we also have a Linux Mint operating system, which is the most famous one in Linux distributions because it has a theme of Windows operating system. It just looks like a Windows operating system, and it also has some GUI like Windows. So that's it. And after that we have Ubuntu. Most of security professionals do use Ubuntu, and the reason being is you can download and simply install every tool of penetration testing or ethical hacking into Ubuntu without any hassle and everything. Then at last we have the most famous within the security world, known as Kali Linux. As you guys know, we would be doing our training within Kali and use a little bit of other operating systems too, but the most of the training would be based in Kali. This distribution's main focus is in security. Every tool which is used for penetration testing and ethical hacking is pre-built within the security system. You don't need to go and download and install tools into Linux. There are some 80% tools already included into this. So this is why we use Kali for penetration testing. That was it, guys, for this topic. See you in the next one. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I would like to cover Linux and hacking, like why most of the tools are built within Linux and why security professionals prefer Linux than Windows. So let's get a little bit deeper into this. So the first reason Linux is most popular within security professional is because it is free. Like if you have to buy anything, like if you don't need to buy anything if you're using a Linux operating system, most of the tools and software which are built for Linux is free of cost because the operating system itself is free of cost. And the 80% tools which are available for hacking and penetration testing are built within the Linux environment to support Linux environment. So and also the Linux operating system is more secure compared to Windows, and Linux also has different flavors available like Android, Linux Mint, and then Ubuntu and Kali, and then other many more. So this is the main reason Linux is most favored by security professionals. So I will give you a moment and please pause this video and take a look at this picture over here, so you would understand why people differ so much from each other. So take a look for this, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this picture. So that was it for this topic, guys. See you in the next one. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic. So this is where the actual training starts, guys. So I would like to cover Kali and Wi-Fi Slacks operating system in this topic. So Kali operating system is the advanced penetration testing Linux distribution. So it is only used for security audits and hacking and penetration testing. So it is based on Debian Linux distribution. So you also have an operating system known as Debian, and Kali is built based on Debian. So Kali Linux is pre-installed with over 300 penetration testing programs. Unlike any other Linux, you don't need to go and download and install any tools for hacking and other stuff. So it is the first. Kali also has a operating system for mobiles for penetration testing, and it is the first in its kind to have this kind of operating system for mobile. So moving forward to Wi-Fi slacks. Wi-Fi slacks is also a penetration testing operating system, but its main focus is on wireless hacking, and it is used to perform quick and easy audits for wireless networks. Like all the tools which are available within Kali, the same tools are available within Wi-Fi slacks, plus additional tools are also available for Wi-Fi audits, and it also supports various unofficial network drivers. Like in Linux you have 5 to 6 chipset supports, but in Wi-Fi slacks there are ton of options available for you. And as I told you earlier, there are numerous tools within the system prepared to help you, and it is easy to use, and you can do wireless hacking at 10. You can do hassle-free wireless hacking if you use Wi-Fi slacks. So that was it for this topic, guys. See you in the next one. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna tell you what all hardware and software you require to create a lab, a virtual lab where you can do pen testing without going onto the internet. So let me tell you, penetration testing over the internet without the acknowledgement of the owner is illegal, and it could land you in a jail. So we need to create a virtual hardware for this. So I'm gonna tell you in this topic what all operating system and hardware you need for this. So first of all, we need Windows 10 or a Linux Ubuntu as a host. So you need to have a host machine where you can install virtualization software over it. Then you should have at least 6 GB of free RAM, apart from the RAM which is used by the operating system. For example, Windows 10 needs 4 GB of RAM recommended. Then a total of you should have at least 10 GB of RAM on your computer. So the minimum RAM requirement, any of you don't have 6 GB available, the minimum I would recommend is 4 GB, because at some point we would be running multiple operating systems simultaneously, so we would require that much amount of RAM. So after that we need a virtualization software. So for that I would recommend VMware, because it is easy to use but it is chargeable. If you don't want to buy anything, you can go ahead with VirtualBox. There is nothing much different apart from VMware and VirtualBox. In the VMware section you'd be able to find some, but in VirtualBox you need to work on your own. And after that we need Kali for our penetration testing operating system. You can go ahead and download it from kali.org/downloads. It is free of cost, there is no charge. And again, if you can create a Windows 10, 7 or 8 as a virtual machine. Then we would require a wireless adapter for the wireless hacking lab. So you would require a wireless adapter if you are using a virtual Kali on a virtual machine. If you are directly using this on a laptop which has a inbuilt wireless card, then you don't need wireless adapter. But if you are using a desktop that doesn't have the wireless adapter, then you need to go ahead and buy one for this. And last but not the least, you need an internet connection. So in case if you're stuck at any point, you can go ahead and search your query over the internet. And we also need internet for some of our hacking tools. So that's it, guys, for this lab and hardware software requirement lecture. Make sure you have all this before going ahead with another lecture. So that was it, guys. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I would like to introduce you to the word virtualization. So if you have heard of virtualization, you would be knowing what I'm talking about. For those who haven't heard or seen virtualization, let me give you a example. Like you can use Kali, Windows 8, Windows 7 within Windows 10. So that is what we call as virtualization. You can use a single hardware and run multiple resources on it. So this is what we call virtualization. So virtualization is the use of software to allow a piece of hardware to run multiple operating system images at the same time. And there are various type of virtualization like server, desktop, network and application virtualization. So think of it as this way, like if you want, you can switch between operating system within a click. You don't need to carry any hardware devices. Like if you are a penetration tester, and if for example if you had to take 5 laptops with you, like one has Kali, one has Windows, one has Linux, and one has Mac OS X, and one has Windows 8, so that would be a hassle. So virtualization lets you carry all those operating system within one laptop, and it is also cost effective and does not compromise the performance. So that was it for virtualization, guys. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I would like to list you the list of virtual softwares available with different operating system. So starting off with VMware, it is the most common and most famous application available for virtualization. It is available on all three distros, that's Windows, Linux and Mac OS, and it is a paid virtualization software. So in order, if you need to buy this, you're gonna purchase it. So our training is gonna be based on VMware. So I would suggest you, if you're not gonna buy this, you can go with the second option of VirtualBox. VirtualBox is also available for all three distributions, and it is a free and open source virtualization software offered by Oracle. And then we have Hyper-V. This software is proprietary of Microsoft and is available with different version of Windows. So this Hyper-V is only available for Windows and no other distributions. Then we have Zen. It is a free open source software under the Zen project, and it is only available for Linux only. So if you want some best of virtualization softwares, you can go for VirtualBox or you can go with VMware. That's it for this topic, guys. See you in the next one. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial where I'm gonna show you how you can install and run VMware on Windows 10. So let's get started. So in order to install VMware, we first need the VMware file. So go to the VMware, simply type VMware in Google and it will take you to the VMware products information page. Click on the first link. Then go to products. Then from the list, select VMware Workstation for Windows. Once you have selected it, it would take you to the VMware Workstation for Windows page. Now you need to select on Download Now option. If you want to buy this, you can buy this directly from here, but I'm gonna show you this as I'm gonna download this as a trial product and then I'm gonna install this for you. So wait for the download to be completed. So as you can see, the download has been completed. Go ahead and run this setup. So once you click on run, it will ask you if you want to install this software. Click yes. As you can see, the installer has been launched. Wait for the installer screen. So here is the installer screen. Click on next. Click on I accept the terms and license agreement. Click on next. And add an enhanced keyboard driver for a better performance. Click on next. Check for product updates. Let it be checked. Help improve VMware Workstation Pro. Let it be checked. Click on next. So create a shortcut on desktop and start menu. That's alright. Click on next and click install. So the installation has been started. Once the installation is complete, it will ask you to restart your computer. Go ahead and restart it. This is it, guys. The installation has been finished. If you have a license, click on license and enter the license file, or you can skip this and click finish. So this is asking me for a restart. Click yes. So once your Windows has been booted, you can go ahead and start your VMware workstation. So select I want to try VMware, enter a valid email ID, click on continue, click yes, click finish, and that's it. Now you can start creating virtual machines in your VMware. Thank you for watching, guys. Welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna teach you how you can configure VMware to make the most out of it. So first we need to add some virtual adapters to our virtual machine. So go to edit and then select virtual network editor. So as you can see, there are no virtual adapters in your case. If you have a new installation, you would able to see here like 2 virtual adapters. Just make sure you click on change settings and then select both the networks and click on remove network. So that way you will have the same screen as mine. So right now my screen is blank. So I will click on add network, and from here I will select VMnet1 and click OK. So my VMnet1 adapter has been added, and I will keep this adapter for host only. That means this, when I have selected this adapter, my machines could only talk to each other within the virtual machine. My machine wouldn't be able to connect to the internet outside virtual machine. So after I have configured this, I will click on add network once more. Then I will select VMnet5 or any other number you want to select. I prefer 5, and then click on OK. So I will set this network as network adapter translation. That means this, if I select this network in a VMware machine, it would be able to connect to the internet outside the virtual machine host. So let all the settings be the default as it is. When you are done, click apply. And click OK. That's it, guys. You have configured your VMware virtual machine to work as a host only mode and to work as a internet access mode also. Thank you very much. Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I am gonna show you how to install a Windows 10 operating system as a virtual machine on VMware. So for installing a Windows 10, you need to create a virtual machine. For that, please go to File, then select New Virtual Machine. Let it be selected as Custom for advanced users. Click Next. Hardware, it should be always be the latest one in the list, 12.0. Click Next. Over here, please select I will install the operating system later and click Next. Over here, select Microsoft Office, and from the version drop down box, you can select Windows 10 x64 for a 64-bit operating system or Windows 10 for a 32-bit operating system. After selecting the version, click Next. Over here, you can name your virtual machine. I will simply name it Windows 10. And for the location, you need this to save this as the virtual machine settings. So I'll save this virtual machine in my D drive under Windows 10 folder. After saving it, click Next. In the firmware type, let it be selected as BIOS. Click Next. Number of processors, let it be 1 as default. Number of cores per processor, let it be 1 as default. Click Next. Over here, select 4 GB as the RAM because 4 GB is recommended by Microsoft as minimum. Click Next. Over here, let it be NAT. Click Next. Over here, let it be Logic SAS. Click Next. Over here, let it be SCSI. Click Next. And in the disk part, select the create a new virtual disk. Click Next. Over here, resize the size in 40 GB and select the option store virtual disk as a single file. Click next. So in this option you need to save the virtual disk. So I will save this virtual disk in the same folder where I saved my virtual machine settings. Click save, click next, and after you are done, click on customize hardware. After this, go to network adapter and select custom specific virtual network. From the drop down, select VMNet host only, as we created this specific adapter for the communication between hosts. After you are done with network, go to new CD DVD option. Over here, select the option use ISO image. If you have a CD, you can keep it as physical drive. I will select an ISO image, click on browse, and this is my Windows 10 ISO image. Click open. When you are done with it, click close and click finish. After you have finished the settings, you will see this is your virtual machine, and over here you can power on this virtual machine. As soon as you power on this virtual machine, it will take you directly to the setup, Windows setup part, from where you can set up your Windows into this virtual machine. So I am at the Windows setup window. Let the language to be installed be default as English United States, time and currency format English United States, and keyboard input method English US. So I am selecting this by default, as this is according to my region. You can change these options as per your region. After that, click next and click on install now. So over here it is asking me to enter a product key. I will skip this part. I will enter the product key once I am done with setting up Windows. Accept the license terms, click next. In this window, click custom, and when you are into this window, select your disk and click on new. Apply the default size. It will ask you that you need to create an additional partition for system files. Click OK. As you can see, it has created a system reserved partition of 500 MB. Select the partition where you need to install Windows operating system and click next. So once it is done installing Windows operating system, it will take you directly to the welcome screen, from where you can set up this Windows 10 according to your requirement. The setup has been finished. You would be taken to this screen where it would ask you for a product key. So I will simply select do this later. After that, it will ask if you want to customize settings or use express settings. As this is just a virtual machine, I will select express settings. So you need to enter a username. I will enter Win10. If you want, you can enter a password or leave it like that. I will just leave it like that. Move forward. Once the setup has been finished, you would be taken to your desktop. So as you can see, the setup has finished. After you have been booted into your Windows desktop, right click, go to personalize, select themes, go to desktop icon settings, and then select what icons you should see on the desktop. Click apply, click OK, and that's it. This is how you install a Windows 10 operating system on a VMware virtual machine. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to this section where I'm gonna teach you how you can configure your Windows 10 virtual machine to work properly with VMware. As you can see, VMware is asking me to install VMware tools for video and performance. So as you will see, if I go full screen, the desktop doesn't fit to the screen automatically. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna install VMware tools so it would be easy for me using this virtual machine. So for installing VMware tools, you need to go in VM and then click on install VMware tools. Please note, if you have already installed VMware tools, then the option would be here like reinstall tools, or it would be gray out. So I will click on this tool. So once I have clicked on it, it will add this as a DVD option, and once it pops up, you can click on it. After that, run the setup 64exe. It will ask you for the option if you want to install or not. Click yes. Once you click yes, it will start installing the tools. So here this is the welcome screen of the installer. Click next. Click complete install as you want all the programs or features available for this Windows. Click next and click install. Wait for the installation to complete. Once the software has been installed, it will ask you to restart the computer. Go ahead and restart the computer. You would see the changes automatically. So as you saw, as soon as the software got installed, my screen automatically went full screen. So click finish, and now it's asking me to restart the computer. I'll click yes. So as you can see, my screen has been automatically turned into full screen. If I shrink this down, the windows will automatically shrink down. If I go full screen again, it would automatically go full screen. So before moving forward, I would like to give you one more tip over here. As you can see, my network is already connected. So if I want to contact outside of this virtual machine to the broad internet, I can do so. So as you can see, I am not able to connect to the outside internet. So over here, what we can do is we can right click on the Windows tab, go into settings, then click on network adapter. As you can see, our custom host is for host only. That means this Windows can only contact to the host itself, not the outside internet. So I will change it to VMnet 5, that is network adapter translation, and then it would be able to contact the internet outside this host environment. So click OK after that. Wait for the changes to take effect. So the changes has been taken effect. Now click yes. If you try to go to google.com now, it would take you there directly. So as you can see, I am able to contact the internet now. So this is it. If you want your virtual machine to contact the virtual machines only, you can select the host only network, or if you want to contact the outside internet, you can select the NAT, or if you want both to happen, you can do that with NAT also, and if you want like multiple adapters, you can add that too. So go into settings, then click on add. Over here it will ask you what kind of service do you want to add. Click on network adapter, click next. Then from the custom you can choose host only as you have enabled the VMnet 5, and click finish. So now you can contact to the host as well as outside internet. So this is it, guys. So once you click OK, it will restart your virtual machine. So this is it, guys. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to this topic where I'm gonna teach you how to install VMware Workstation on Ubuntu. So before going ahead and downloading, you need to open terminal and download all the essential file for VMware Workstation. So this is the command for downloading the dependent files. Press enter and enter the admin password. As you can see, I already have the newest version of these essential files. So I'll close this one and go ahead and download the VMware Workstation. So go to google.com, enter VMware Workstation for Ubuntu, go on the first link. From the option select VMware Workstation 11 for Linux and click on the option get free trial. So over here select the option VMware Workstation 12.5 Pro for Linux 64-bit and click download now. So the download has been started. Wait for the download to finish. So guys, as you can see, the download has been completed. So right click on this download and click on open containing folder to see where it has been downloaded. So as I can see, the application has been downloaded in downloads folder. So close it out, close the download window, close your browser, then open your terminal and go to the downloads directory. Type ls to list the available directory, type cd and then downloads to go to download directories, type ls to list and then type sudo for root privileges and then sh for running that in shell command, full stop, / and then your VMware, the name of the bundle. I will just copy paste it and press enter. Now enter your root password. Don't worry about these errors, this occurs every time. So we'll go ahead with the installation. Click on I accept the terms, click next, click on I accept the terms, click next. Would you like to choose your preference? Anything is fine. Would you like to choose your preference? Everything is fine. Then enter the user who would use this PC, the directory to install, the directory to save the virtual machines, click next, and let it be by default 443, click next, and if you have a license key, enter it or click next. After you have been through the settings, click install and the installation is started for this workstation. So the installation has been finished. Now you can go ahead and use your virtual machine. So as you can see, this is blinking over here. That means it's preparing to start the virtual machine for first time, and it's asking for a license key, but I will try this for 30 days and enter an email ID. Enter the user password over here, and you're ready to create your virtual machine. So that's it guys, thank you very much. Welcome to this section guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can install and run Ubuntu as a virtual machine. So there are couple of ways to create a virtual machine. As you can see, this is the first way, and the second is to go into file and click on new virtual machines. Both are the same, they will take you to the same screen. So let's select this as being custom, click on next. Let the version be the latest one, click on next, and select I will install the operating system later, click on next. And over here select Linux, and from the drop down version you can select Ubuntu or 64-bit if you have a 64-bit operating system. So I will select 64-bit because I have a 64-bit operating system. Over here you can name the virtual machine, and the location is required to save your virtual machine settings. So you can let it be by default, or you can save it where you want to save. So I save my virtual machines all in a single disk. So I will save it over here. Click on next. Number of processors, let it be 1. Number of cores per processor, let it be 1. Click on next. So the minimum requirement for Ubuntu is 2 GB of RAM. Select 2 GB and click next. Let's use NAT as of now. Click next. LSI logic, click next. SCSI, click next. Create a new virtual disk, click next. 20 GB is enough, and select the option store virtual disk as a single file, click next, and save your virtual disk in the same folder where you saved the VMware settings, click next. Now in customize, click on customize hardware, click on new CD DVD and select use an ISO image. You can go with physical drive if you have a CD, but I have an ISO drive, so I will choose the ISO file, which is here. Click open. That's it. In the network adapter settings you can click custom if you want host only or NAT. I will select host only, click close and click finish. So your virtual machine has been created, but it is not been booted yet. So click on power on this virtual machine. Cancel this option over here. Cancel this pop-up over here. Go full screen. So as you can see, the installer has been loaded. So you can select try Ubuntu if you want to try, but it won't be saved in your hard disk. It would just, as soon as you close this virtual machine, it would delete all the copies, or you can install Ubuntu. So I will select my language and click on install Ubuntu. Then I will select install third-party software graphic driver for the software required for this machine. Click continue. So for beginners you can use erase disk and install Ubuntu. For advanced user you create yourself some additional partition. So as we are beginners, we will select erase disk and install Ubuntu and click on install now. So this is the partition that the Ubuntu has created automatically. So we'll go with it and continue. So select your time zone according to your region. Click continue. Select the keyboard layout, English US, English US, or if you are unsure what your keyboard layout is, check with the manufacturer, and after you have done selecting, click continue. So add a username, like adding Chris, and let this be as Chris virtual machine. If you want, you can add a password, and if you want, you can encrypt my whole folder or log in automatically as per your requirement. There is no recommendation, you can choose what you like. Click on continue, and it will start loading Ubuntu onto your local drive, on your virtual machine drive. So the installation has been completed. Now you need to restart your virtual machine. Click on restart now, and it would automatically boot you into the newly installed Ubuntu operating system. So you have been booted into your virtual machine. As you can see, this is my virtual machine. Guest session, my username. So that's it, guys. This is how you can install Ubuntu as a virtual machine. Thank you very much. Hey guys, welcome to this video where I'm gonna teach you how to configure Ubuntu after installing it as a virtual machine. So first of all, go ahead and power on this Ubuntu virtual machine. As soon as the virtual machine has been started, just go into the settings of Ubuntu tab. Make sure this virtual machine is able to contact the internet outside virtual hosts. So select VMnet 5, which is the network adapter translation. Click OK. Then open terminal and try to ping google.com. So as you can see, the internet is working fine. So right now we need to install updates and upgrade before installing any virtual machine tools. So for update, you need to enter the command sudo space apt-get and then update. In order to auto complete the command, you can just press the tab key and press enter. So it is asking the password for Chris, so enter the password. You won't be able to see if the password is being typed, but it is being typed. So press enter, and as you can see, it's getting the update. Once the downloading of update is being finished, then it would start applying the updates automatically. You don't need to restart your computer for that. After the updates are being applied, then you can go ahead and upgrade the computer. So as you can see, the update has been completed. Now it will install the updates automatically. So the installing of the updates has been completed. Now I will go ahead and upgrade this computer. So in case if you don't know why sudo command is used, sudo command is used to give root privileges to make system wide changes. So in case if I only type apt-get upgrade, it won't be able to make any kind of changes, so I need to type sudo in front of it. So right now it's saying after this there are like something 270 MB of archives that need to be downloaded, and I say yes, go ahead. then it will start downloading the upgrades. Once the update has been finished, you need to add kernel headers. It is used for specific drivers and Ubuntu packages. To add kernel headers, you need to type sudo, sorry, wrong place, sudo apt-get install linux headers, oops, headers $, and then inside the bracket type uname. That's it, and press enter. The password for your user, so as you can see the headers are already updated. Now let's go ahead and install the VMware tools. So you need to type sudo apt-get install open-vmware tools desktop. So VMware urges Linux users to install open tools because it is more advanced and it is been updated every time. So it says they are unable to locate the package. So the correct command is open-vm-tools-desktop. So it will ask, do you want to continue? Press. So as you can see, the installation of VMware tools has been started. Wait for it to complete and make sure you reboot your Linux operating system after installing the VMware tools. Once the installation has been completed, make sure you reboot your computer and check if the VMware tools are working properly. So as you can see, my desktop is already full screen. That means the tools are working properly. So this is how you configure your Ubuntu to work with VMware. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can install Kali on VMware as a virtual machine. So let's get started. First of all, you need to download Kali Linux. For that, go on Google and type Kali Linux. Open the downloads link. From over here, you can select 32-bit or 64-bit, whichever you like. Or you can also directly download ISO or over torrent. This is the same file, so I will download ISO. So I have already downloaded this Kali Linux ISO. As you can see, I have downloaded 64-bit. So we'll go ahead with creation of virtual machine. So click on create a new virtual machine. Select the advanced option. Click next. Let the hardware be on the latest version 12.0. Click next and select the option I will install the operating system later. Click next. From here, select Linux and from the version drop down, select Debian 8 64-bit if you have a 64-bit, or simply Debian 8 if you have a 32-bit. Why Debian? Because Kali is based on Debian Linux. As you can see over here, give me a second. Okay, Kali is based on Debian Linux, as you can see. So we'll select Debian, click next, and name the machine whatever you like. I'll name it Kali, sorry. And as always, I always save my virtual machine settings in a single disk. So I've created a folder Kali test. Click next. One processor is okay for this machine. Click next, and then say increase the RAM to 2 GB. Click next. For now, let's select NAT. Click next. LSI is okay. SCSI is recommended. And create a new virtual disk. I would suggest 40 GB. And then store the virtual disk in a single file. Save the disk wherever you want to. I will save this disk in the same folder where I saved my virtual machine settings. Click save. Click next, and then click on customize hardware. In the network adapter, change it to custom and select VMnet 5. From the new CD, select your ISO image, where from the downloads folder or wherever you have saved it. Click close and click finish. So this is how we create a virtual machine for Kali. Let's go ahead and install this virtual machine. Please note that the installation procedure is same if you are installing this on a virtual machine or on a physical computer. The process would be the same. So here we have couple of options like live AMD 64. That means you'd be able to use this virtual machine without installing it. Then we have the option live AMD 64 failsafe. Normally we don't use this option. Then we have two options of install. One is of single install and then other one is graphical install. The simple install is the one where you don't have much to see, or it's just like a normal BIOS screen, and the graphical install is as the name suggests. So let's go ahead with graphical install. Let me go full screen. So select your language over here, click continue, select your location, click continue, and then your keyboard layout. Normally all the keyboard layouts are American English. If you have something else, select your preference accordingly, click continue. Let it do its thing. So name the host whatever you like. I will simply name this as Kali. Click continue. The domain part is for the advanced user. As of now we are not going into this. Click continue and enter your root password. Please note this is the password which you will use to log in into Kali. After that, click continue. Select your time zone. I will simply select Eastern. Click continue. Right now is detecting disk. So as you can see here, I have 4 options. I can use a manual partitioning, or I can use a guided use entire disk. Encrypted, this is the most advanced thing. If you are doing something illegal, you need to encrypt your disk. That is a future part. And LBM, this is not used mostly, so I will go with the guided use entire disk. Click continue. Select your disk. So as you can see, I created a 40 GB virtual disk. This is the one. Click continue. And if you want anything, you can select anything from these 3 options. I will simply select the first one. Click continue, and then select the option finish partitioning and write changes to disk. Click continue. Select yes. Click continue. And now it's formatting our disks, and it is now started to install the system onto the disk. So once the installation is complete, it would ask you if you want to add a network mirror, that so it could update the software from the internet. Simply select no, because we are gonna update this system afterwards. Click continue. Wait for the package manager to be completed. So it would ask you if you want to add a bootloader. Select yes and click continue. And it would ask you for the hard disk. Select your device and click continue. And then it would install the bootloader. After the installation is finished, it would ask you to restart the system. Go ahead and restart your system to see how does a fresh installation looks. So our installation has been completed. Now let's go ahead and boot into our newly installed system. Click continue. It would remove some files from this installation, and after that we would be able to boot into our newly installed system. Alright, so now it's booting into our newly installed system. Simply select 𝐒𝐫𝐨𝐼 and press enter. So over here, as the username, enter root and enter the password which you created while installing the system. So this is how you install Kali Linux as a virtual machine on VMware. Thank you for watching this video. Welcome to this topic guys, where I am gonna show you how you can configure Kali on VMware to make the most out of it. So go ahead, launch your Kali Linux and log into your Kali Linux. Make sure you are connected to the internet by selecting the custom VMnet which you created while configuring VMware. Ping google.com to see if you are connected to internet. So yes, we are connected to the internet. Now open your web browser and search for Kali repositories on Google. Search for Kali repositories on Google. After that, make sure you're copying and pasting the first available repository over here, because this is the rolling one and this is the current active repository. Now go to terminal. Now go to the directory /etc apt. Make sure you add a cd before it. Type ls, and as you can see, here is the source list file. Now type leafpad and source list. Press enter and make sure you paste. Bring this on the second line and then remove the hash in front of this line, and that's it. Save this by pressing Ctrl and S. Close this out and now clear this window. Come back to the root directory. Now you need to type apt-get update. So this will update your Linux machine to the latest one. If there are any kind of updates available, this would automatically download it and install it. So once you have updated your system, now it's time to upgrade your system. Simply press the up arrow to bring up the last command and type apt upgrade and press enter. It would ask, do you want to continue? Simply press Y and press enter. Now it is upgrading your computer to the latest installations. Make sure you don't turn off your computer or let it go into sleep mode. So if you get any screen like this, you can just read it. I simply press Q to quit it. If you want, you can go ahead and read all that stuff. If you get any kind of this screen, simply select no and press enter. So this is basically saying that there are certain packages which need to be restarted. So we'll take your permission one time instead of asking you every time. So select yes and press enter. So it would automatically start and stop a service while installing it. So if you get any kind of this screen, simply press enter, press tab and then press enter. So once you have completed your update, you will get a message like this. Simply go ahead and reboot your system for the changes to take effect. You can simply type reboot, or you can reboot your system from here. So I will use the command line interface. So once you have successfully rebooted, log in into your system. And run the command apt-get install open-vm-tools-desktop and press enter. Instead of desktop, you can just enter tools. So after you have booted into a computer, enter the command apt-get install open-vm-tools and press enter. So this would basically install the open VMware tools, and you'd be able to use your system outside your Linux, outside your virtual machine environment also. So that's it guys, this is how you configure your Kali virtual machine. Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, welcome to this topic where I'm gonna teach you a little basic about the command line terminal for Linux distribution. So if you're using any other type of Linux distribution apart from Kali, the commands are gonna be somewhat the same. There would be a little bit difference or no difference at all. So I have created this document where I'm gonna demonstrate you guys all these basic commands. This would help you in getting started with Kali Linux. So as you can see, I have my Kali Linux over here, and there are a couple of ways where you can start a terminal. So a terminal is a place where you go and type commands. So you can directly start a terminal from here, or you can right click on your desktop and then open terminal, or you can go over here and search for terminal, or it's there already. So this is the basic ways where you can start a terminal. So let's go ahead and let's get started with command lines. So our first command in our list is who am I. So what who am I basically does, it shows you which user is currently using this system. So that means it would show you it's a normal user or it's a root user. So by typing the command who am I, and after that if you press enter, it will give you the name of the user, like which user is using this command. So right now the root user is using this operating system, is logged in, as you can see in the terminal. So after that we have PWD, and PWD stands for present or print working directory. So it shows you in which directory you are working currently, and this could be done in any directory in the terminals. So I'm gonna go ahead and type pwd, and it would give me that I am working in the root directly. So for example, if I change my directory to downloads, downloads, and then I type pwd over here, it would give me the directory I'm working in. So this is how you can use a pwd command. Moving on to the next command, we have cd. So as I already demonstrated you the command over here, cd stands for change directory. Using this command you can go into different folders and into different drives or media, if you want to call it as media, and that's it. So right now I'm gonna change my directory to, so downloads doesn't has any directory, that means we can't go any further than root and downloads. So I'm gonna come back. For that I'm gonna type command cd and full stop and press enter. So it's, I guess it's simple full stop, or it's simply type cd. So you would be the, so you could come back to the root directory, and here I'm gonna type cd, then I'm gonna type music to go into music. So this is how you change your directory using cd command. After that we have cd ... to come back into root directory, or simply cd. So you can simply type cd anywhere into the directory and you would be taken back to the root directory. So after that we have ls command. So ls command is also known as list. So it would list all the files and folders in a particular directory. So you can use this command to list all the details. So for example, I will go to the documents directory and try to see if we have any files over there. So no, we don't have any files over there. So this is how you can use the ls command to list files and folders. So moving forward, next we have the cat command. This is a command line text editor. Cat vi and vim are the command line text editor which are inbuilt into all Linux distributions. So if you are not using a graphical user interface, or if you are not using any other graphical text editor, you can always use cat vi or vim to edit any kind of text. So I'm gonna go ahead and type cat, and it will open me a command line where I can type anything, and if I want I can also save it, but I will just exit from it. Then we have VI. It is same as the text editor as cat, but it has some different skills, as you can see, and I will escape from this also. Then we have VIM. VIM is the updated version of VI, and you can use this as also, and you can also use this as a text editor. So this was it for the text editor. Now let's move up to our next command. So we have chmod. This is used for changing the permissions of any file or directory. So I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate you this. So for example, if I go ahead and create a text file on desktop, type in anything into it, then I'm gonna save this file onto desktop, name it as test, and then I'm gonna go ahead and see if it appears on a command line. Now let's move to desktop. So as you can see, this is in normal white color. That means this file only has read and write permissions from a specific user. If I go ahead and type chmod, then I'm gonna type 777. 777 means it would have every kind of read, write and execute permissions, and then I'm gonna type the file name test, and I'm gonna press enter. Now if I go ahead and do ls, as you can see, the file just turned from white to green. That means the file now has the ability to read, write and execute. And then moving ahead, we have clear or Control L for clearing the terminal. So in case if you have lot of things on your terminal and you need to get rid of it, you can simply type clear, or you can press Ctrl plus L. So that's it for clear command. Now moving next, we have locate and find. Both are the different command terms, but both do the same function. So it totally depends on you what kind of command you're gonna use. So right now I'm gonna demonstrate you the locate command. So in case if you're trying to find any kind of file or any kind of program into your Linux distribution and you're not able to find it, then you can go ahead and use the locate command. Over here I'm gonna go ahead and try to find the Metasploit framework. So let's do that. So as you can see, it gave me all the part 2 everything that has the Metasploit within it. So this is how you can find a program, file or a package using the locate command. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear this screen. Moving ahead, we have the apt-get command. So this command is used to find and install the programs from the source package list, which is already built into your Linux distributions. So I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate you this command by installing the Tor service in this distribution. So I'm gonna go ahead and type apt-get, then I'm gonna type install. This is important if you want to install anything. And then I'm gonna type the program, file or service name. So I'm gonna type Tor, and then I'm gonna press enter. So once you press enter, it will find the package, and if it will ask do you want to continue, simply press yes. So in case if you don't want this notification, what you can do, you can simply type apt-get installs the program name, and then simply you can type -y in the end. So it won't ask you for your permission, and it would go ahead and install the package on your system. So this is how you install a program onto your system using the apt-get command. Moving on to the next command line, we have ifconfig. After you type ifconfig onto your Linux distribution, you'd be able to find the details of your network infrastructure. It would show you the details like the IP address, subnet mask, the adapter name, the wireless configurations and other thing. So let's just go ahead and type ifconfig, and as you can see I have a physical adapter known as /ETH0, and this is the loopback. So this doesn't matter that much because every Linux distribution has this bit in it. And as you can see, this is the IP address, this is my net mask, this is the broadcast, and then we have other details like bytes, packets and other stuff. So this is how you can use the ifconfig command to find the details of your network. So moving ahead, we have these two commands which should be used with these two. So ifdown and ifup. So internet configuration down, that means stop a network interface, and then we have ifup to start a network interface. So I will go ahead and give you a demonstration. So I'll ping www.google.com. So as you can see, it was able to find the details, the IP address of google.com. I'll just stop it over here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and type ifconfig, then the Ethernet address /ETH0, and then I'm gonna type down. So make a note, as soon as I press enter, there would be some kind of changes over here in the network details. So please keep an eye over here. So once I press enter, as you saw, the network icon just disappeared, and our internet on our Ethernet adapter 0 is down. So I'm gonna go ahead and ping google.com again. As you can see, it is not able to find the service because it is not able to contact the internet. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the command ifconfig ethernet up to start the adapter again, and as you see, we have the icon back, and now I'm gonna go ahead and ping google.com. So as you can see, it was able to ping google.com. So this is how you can stop and start your internet Ethernet adapter by using the if command. So moving on to the next command, we have uname. That basically just displays your current operating system. If you type uname and press enter, it would say what kind of operating system you're using right now. So as you see, it's just displaying Linux, but in distribution the output could be different. So moving to our next command, we have cp. As you can see, after cp I have a space and an underline because you can have anything in this. So I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate you how to copy something from. So I'm gonna go and type cp, the path from where you want to copy a file. So I'm gonna go ahead and type root, then desktop, cp, then I'm gonna type root, then desktop, and then my file which is over here, test. So I'm gonna copy this, and after that put a space and put the part where you want to copy this file. So I'm gonna type root downloads and press enter. So as soon as I press enter, this file has been copied. So I'll go to places, then I'll go to home, and then I'll go to downloads. As you can see, this file is present over here. So this is how you can copy a file from a particular directory and paste it into a particular directory using the cp command. So going back to the next command, we have mv, that stands for move. So same as cp, I'm gonna move this file right now. So first I need to go ahead and delete this one from here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just press the up arrow, so it would bring me the last command. If you want to see what all commands you have used recently, you can keep pressing the up arrow and it will just keep giving you the list of commands. And then I'm gonna go ahead and change this to MV. After that, I'm gonna go ahead and press enter, and this would move my file from here to downloads. It's as simple as that. Now our next command is rm. So this is basically for remove, and I'm gonna go ahead and try to remove this from download. So I'm gonna type rm root downloads, then test, and press enter. So this would basically remove the file from downloads and it would delete it. So I would like to make a note over here. Please note that the command line terminal is a case sensitive letters. That means it depends what you type. If you type a capital letter or a small letter, command line terminal is a case sensitive letter, as you can see here. So moving to our next tab, we have man or manual. So in case if you want to know how to use a particular tool or a program, you can type man. After that you can type the program's name. For example, I'm gonna go ahead and type nmap to see how we can use this. So it would have all the details about the nmap tool within it. So as you can see, it says no manual entry for nmap. Let's try nmap and then man. So after nmap we are gonna try Wireshark. Press enter. So as you can see, this is how you could find the details of a Wireshark page. It has everything, synopsis, then we have description. If you press the down arrow key, you can go to the next details. Then we have all the details about the program. So we have the options, by using which option you can capture which details. So in case if you want to get out from here, you can simply press Q to quit and you're back to normal. So this is how you can view the manual page of a particular program in Linux. Moving on to our next command, we have help. So for example, if I want to find a quick help about a particular program, I can simply type the program Wireshark followed by the -help command. It would show me a short detail about the program. So in case if you don't want to go into manual, you can use the -help command to find some specific informations. Moving on to, we have bg command to send it to background. So for example, if I want to start Wireshark is a graphical user interface. If I type Wireshark and press enter, it would start the program and it would bring this into the front. Now as you can see, I am not able to use this command line for any other thing, and for using this command line for any other specific task, I need to quit or end the Wireshark process. So if I do that, I am indirectly quitting the Wireshark. So for that, we are gonna type Wireshark and then followed by bg, so it would take it to the background. So in case if you want to use this command line for some other specific task, what you can do, you can type Wireshark followed by bg, or if you want, you can remove the bg and type &, so it would start the program and it would give you the process ID, and then you can use this command line for any other specific task. So this is how you can use bg and the &, for specific task. After that, we have the df command to display the free disk usage. So I'm gonna go ahead and type it. So as you can see, it gives me the list of partitions on my hard drive and then the available space and use space in the kilobytes details. After that we have the free command to see the free memory or the memory usage. So I'm gonna go ahead and type free. So as you can see we have 2 GB of memory, and from that we have this much amount used, and this is the amount free. And swap is a kind of virtual memory used for Linux. So for that also we have 2 GB and we have 2 GB free from it. So this is how you can find the free memory or memory used in your memory currently in use. So after that we have the kill command. So if you type kill followed by a process ID, for example 4990, it would kill that process. So as you can see, it killed the Wireshark process from here. This is how you can use a kill command to kill a particular process if you are unable to close it by the normal way. After that we have the reboot command. So as you could guess, this would directly restart the your Linux distribution. So that's it guys for basic command lines. Hope this would help you in the best possible ways in all of your career and every other thing. Thank you for watching this video.
Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial where I'm going to show you how you can install and run VirtualBox. So if you're not willing to invest a particular amount for VMware, then the VirtualBox is the best alternative for it. So VirtualBox has the same ability as VMware, but VirtualBox is a free operating system and it is backed by Oracle. So you can go ahead and download it. So let's begin. So for downloading VirtualBox, what you can do, you can go to google.com or type VirtualBox, or you can simply go to www.virtualbox.org. After going to virtualbox.org, you can go to the download section and select the type of download you want to use. Right now I'm using Windows, so I will use Windows host. We also have a Linux distribution. I'm gonna show you Linux installation in the next topic. So as of now we are gonna go ahead and download Windows host, and at the same time make sure you also download VirtualBox extension pack. This would be helpful for you in many cases. So make sure you download both of these options. So wait for it to complete the download. Once the download has been completed, we can go ahead and start installing VirtualBox. So once the download is completed, go ahead and launch the setup. So the setup is the same as you install any other program on your Windows operating system. Alright, click on next, and then let these options be default. Click on next, and then you can choose your options over here. I will just let it be default and click on next, and then it would ask me to installing a networking feature, a virtual adapter. So make sure you click on yes in order for your virtual machine to contact the internet, and click on install. So wait for the installation to complete. Once you get this kind of pop-up, simply select install. So it will install a virtual adapter onto your operating system. It would be useful for your virtual machine for contacting the outside internet. So once the installation is finished, you can go ahead and start your virtual machine. So this is how the VirtualBox looks like. This is the home page, or you can call the startup page, whatever you like. And this is it, how you can download and install VirtualBox on Windows operating system. So I will teach you about the configuration in the next topic. Thank you for watching. Hey, welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna show you how to download and install VirtualBox on Linux distribution. In this topic I would be using Ubuntu for this demonstration. So installing VirtualBox on Linux, you can do this by a couple of ways. You can go with the command line, or you can go with the software center, or you can download and then run the program that would open into software center. We would go with the easiest
path available, and I'm gonna go ahead and open the software center for you guys to look. So as you can see, this is my software center screen, and I'm gonna search for VirtualBox. So as you can see, this is the VirtualBox operating system. Just double click on it and then you will be able to go into details. Here you would be able to see the version number and then the size. So make sure you go to www.virtualbox.org and check if it's the correct, if the software center has the updated version. So let's do that. So let's go into downloads and then select Linux distributions. From here we are gonna go Ubuntu 14.4 Thirsty 15.04 Vivid. So let's see what's our Ubuntu distribution. So I'm gonna go to settings and then about this computer. So as you can see, I'm using Ubuntu 16.04. So let's go back to our desktop, and then we have here Ubuntu 𝐒𝐨𝐜𝐢𝐚 16.04. So as I'm running a 64-bit operating system, I would be selecting AMD 64. You can select i386 for 32-bit or AMD 64 for 64-bit. So go ahead and download this. So as you can see here, it says the version number, that's 5.1.12. so let's see if the software center also has the same version. So no, the software center has some different version, older version. So we'll go ahead and download this. So our download has been started. Once the download has been completed, just like you install any kind of Windows application, you can just double click on it and it will open that application into a software center program. So let's go into the folder and let's just double click on it. So as you see, it just opened into the software center program, and now it has the correct version number. And as you can see, it has a warning that it may contain non-free components. We don't need not to worry about it because VirtualBox is free of cost. And go ahead and install it. So you can see the installation progress over here. So it is asking me for my root password. The installation has been completed. Now you can go ahead and launch a VirtualBox software from the search bar. Simply search for VirtualBox and here it is. So this is how you can install and run VirtualBox on Ubuntu. Thank you for watching. Hey, welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can configure your VirtualBox to make the most out of it. So please take a note that these settings are applicable for both Windows and Linux operating system. The setting procedure is same. Either you use Windows or Linux, the procedure would be same. So let's go ahead and fire up our VirtualBox application. After it is done, go to File and then go to Preferences, and as you can see the extension over here, you need to add the extension which we downloaded in the previous section when we were installing the VirtualBox on Windows. So click on this Add New Package and select the location where it has been downloaded. So as you can see, I have this extension pack, and click on Open and click on Install to install that extension. Simply scroll down. If you want, you can read over it, but I have already read it and I understand it, and then you can go ahead and press I agree. So it would take some time to install. Then simply press OK when it is done, and then press OK. So that is done for extension pack. Now I would like to tell you that VirtualBox has a default folder, unlike VMware where it saves all of its virtual machine. So if I go into Preferences and General, you can see that my default folder is VirtualBox VMs, that is in C folder. You can go ahead and change this to any of your desired location, but when you're creating a virtual machine, it won't ask you for any kind of
location where you need to save the settings. It would ask you for a location for virtual disk, but it won't ask you for the settings. So in case if you have a dedicated disk where you want to save virtual machines, you can change that from here. Then we have the input tab. Please note, if you are into virtual machine and if it says and like press host and any other key combination, so the host key is right control key on your keyboard. So these are the shortcuts. You can buy them if you want, but it simply gives any kind of. And here you can go ahead and change the settings for update. Then you have the language. You can select a desired language. Then we have display. So in normal condition it is always automatic, and then you can go ahead and change your settings according to your preferences. I would suggest to let it be on automatic, so your virtual machines won't have much problem. Then here comes the main part. You can add as much network adapters as you want, but every virtual machine has 5 to 6 network adapters already on the virtual machine settings page. So in case if that is less for you, you can come here and add more. And these are the extension pack. You can add even more extension, third-party extension pack according to your requirement over here. And then we have the proxy setting. If you want, you can redirect your internet traffic through this proxy port and host details over here, but make sure that proxy is working. So that was it for the configuration part. Now I'm gonna go ahead and let you know how you can create a virtual machine if it is a Windows or if it is a Linux. So please make a note over here that the procedure is same if you are using VirtualBox in Linux or in Windows. The steps are gonna be same. So for that, go ahead and click on new over here. Then name your virtual machine whatever you want to. I will simply name it test. Then select the operating system. As you can see, we have just couple of operating systems over here. We have Microsoft, Linux, Solaris, BSD, IBM, Mac OS, and then we have other. So I'm gonna select Microsoft Windows. Then I'm gonna select the version. I'm gonna select Windows 10 32-bit. Please take a note, VirtualBox only supports 32-bit operating system. So in case if you are trying to use a 64-bit, it would only detect it as 32-bit. So you can simply click next, or you can go to expert mode. Here you have many more options. Here you can select the memory size directly, but I'm gonna go cancel and go back to the beginner mode, guided mode, as you can see. So I'm gonna type it test. I'm gonna change the version to Windows 10. Then I'm gonna click on next. Then it's asking me for memory. As you can see, it has already selected 1024 MB, that is 1 GB. If you want, you can change the memory from here. Then we are gonna click on next. And as you can see, we have do not add a virtual hard disk. This is for like if you are booting something from pen drive, or if you are using a Tails operating system, something like that. So you can use this option. Then we have a create a virtual hard disk now, and then we have a use an existing virtual hard disk. So if you select this, all the virtual disks which you have created from the start till now, it would be shown that list over here. So I am gonna click on create a virtual disk, and I'm gonna click on create. Then it will give me couple of options. So VirtualBox disk image, then we have virtual hard disk, and then we have VMDK. So make a note, VMDK also works in VMware. So this is an advantage of selecting VMDK. So I'm gonna go ahead and select this and click on next. So once you click on next, it will ask you that you want to dynamically allot this virtual hard disk or you want a fixed size. I would always recommend using a fixed size, and click on next. And then you can create a virtual hard disk. You can select the size of a virtual hard disk over here, and then click on create. So it would take some time to create a single file disk, so wait for it to complete, and then once it is completed, you can move on to the next steps. So once the virtual machine has been created, you can go into settings. You have couple of options over here. You can clone this to make a duplicate of this virtual machine. You can remove it. Then you can create a group of multiple virtual machines. You can start, and then we have couple of options. Headless starts mean it won't show you a display, but it will start your virtual machine. Then we have detachable at start, that it means it will force start that virtual machine. Then we have show log, show in explorer, create shortcut on desktop, sort, other options. So our main priority over here is settings. Go into settings. Then in general tab you can change the name, type and version of this operating system while it is turned off. Then we have advanced settings where you can change the snapshot folder. So shared clipboard is kind of that means you can copy and paste from your host machine to your virtual machines. That is called a shared clipboard. Make sure it is always on bidirectional, so you can also copy any details from your virtual machine to your host machine. And drag and drop should also be bidirectional, so you can copy paste within each other. Copy paste within your host and virtual machine. Then you have description if you want to add anything, and then if you want, you can add encryption to your virtual machine, so the disks would get encrypted. And let's move on to system. Here you can change the memory and add the boot order type, just like a normal computer's BIOS. Then we have processor, how many processors you want to add to this machine. Then we have display. Then you can allot a video memory to your virtual machine. Then we have remote display. This is advanced type, so we won't go into this right now. And then we have video capture if you want to capture your screen. Then here we have the storage type. So as you can see, I already have a test.vmdk, but in order to load an operating system into it, you need to click on this CD icon, and then you need to go over here and select your ISO file, and you need to add that to run as operating system. Then we have audio. Then we have network. As you can see, we have 4 network adapters already into this virtual machine, so you can add multiple adapters at the same time. So my first adapter is NAT. So let me tell you, NAT is a network adapter translation where your virtual machine would be contacting the internet through your host machine. That means whatever you try to, if you try to search google.com in your virtual machine, the request would go through your Windows 10 host machine to the internet. And then we have bridged adapter. That means it would create a separate adapter for your virtual machine on your network. That means this virtual machine will get a separate IP address from your router. So in that way you can add couple of adapters. Then we also have internal network. I will show you this later, what does that mean and how you can use this. Then we have serial ports. If you want to add any kind of serial ports, then we have USB. Then we have shared folders if you want to add any share folder from your host machine or your virtual machines. And then we have our user interfaces. So once you click on OK after making these changes and adding a virtual ISO and adding a ISO file into your test machine, you can go ahead and start it, and the process would be same as you do any kind of setup on your physical computer. So this is how you create a virtual machine in VirtualBox. That's it for this tutorial, guys. See you in the next topic. Hey, welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna show you how to install additional tools required for your virtual machine in order to function properly with your host machine. So you know how to install VirtualBox, then you know how to set up a virtual machine, then you know how to configure a virtual machine. So right now I'm gonna show you how to install additional tools on Kali Linux using command line. So make sure you're using version 4.2 or higher. For that you need to go into help and about VirtualBox. So as you can see, I'm using version 5.1.12. That's it. So VirtualBox guest editions provide proper mouse and screen integration as well as folder sharing with your host operating system. So for that you need to type the command apt-get install -y and then the rest of the command. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste this command into my terminal. So the reason I'm able to paste this command into my terminal because I have already installed the guest editions. So in case you have not installed a guest edition, you won't be able to paste this. And after that you have pasted, press enter. So it will automatically fetch the information from the server and it would start installing the tools onto your virtual machine. So this is as simple as it. So as you can see, it says 12 upgraded, 5 newly installed, 0 to remove and 5 not upgraded. So what this will do is this will upgrade these remaining 5 scripts and then you need to reboot your computer and then you're good to go. So guys, now I'm gonna show you how you can install guest editions on a Windows operating system. So for that you need to go to device and just click on insert guest edition CD image. So this would add a virtual CD onto your operating system. Then you can simply click on that and then you can directly run VirtualBox guest editions.exe. So this will give you an installation wizard where you can choose your preferences and then install the guest editions as per your requirement. So this is it. This is how you can install guest editions onto your Windows operating system. So guys, this is how you install guest editions or VirtualBox into your virtual machine to make the most out of your virtual machine. That's it for this topic guys. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic guys, where I'm gonna tell you a little about VPNs. So as you don't, like many company applications, need to use a company specific IP address for that communication protocol. It was used as a remote protocol service. It grew and it became as a tool for anonymity, and then VPN nowadays is used to add privacy and security to your browsing habits or to your internet habits. So what does VPN does is VPN encrypts and routes your data through a different IP address. That means if you are in USA and you want to view some website which is only available to German users, what you can do, you can use a VPN where your IP would be, where your data traffic would be shown to the website as it is coming from Germany, and you would be able to view that website. So there are a couple of type of VPNs. The strongest being is the OpenVPN and 𝐒𝐸𝐥𝐿. We also have the point-to-point tunneling protocol, but in like today's date it has some vulnerability and flaws within it, but the 𝐒𝐸𝐿 and the OpenVPN are the strongest one as of now. So in order, if you are trying to hack or something, it's very important to change your IP address because it could be traced back to you and you could face some legal terms. So VPN is an important part of ethical hacking, where you need to change your IP address to make sure that you are not being caught. So that's it for VPN guys. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this topic guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can install a VPN and use it to be anonymous on the internet. So for the first protocol I'm going with, it's the PPTP, that is point to point tunneling protocol. It is one of the easiest protocol to install on a Windows. So let's get started. So in order to install a point to point tunneling protocol, you first need an IP address of that tunnel. So I will use VPN book for the address of point to point tunneling protocol. So over here you can see the PPTP. There are like 6 servers over here, so I will use the Germany server to install our point to point tunneling protocol. For the installation, you need to right click on your network, click on open network and sharing settings, click on set up a new connection or network and select the option connect to a workplace. Click next. Over here select the option use my internet connection, click on it, and then it will ask you for an internet address. So just copy and paste the address which is available here and name the connection whatever you want to and click on create connection. So this will create a VPN connection within your Windows environment. So in this case, what will happen, whatever you browse on internet would be routed through this VPN. So for example, if you want to visit google.com, Google would be able to see this address instead of your original IP address. So wait for a moment to complete this setup and we'll try it if it works or not. So as you can see, the setup has been finished. We have the username and password over here. Let's try if we are able to connect to the network or not. Click on the VPN connection and then click on connect. So it will ask you for a user ID and password. Enter the user ID and click OK. So once the VPN is connected, we would be able to route our traffic through Germany. Wait for the VPN to connect. As you can see, the connection is being completed and now we are connected to the VPN. So let's go ahead and see if we are really connected. Let's check our IP. So as you can see, I am viewing this Google site in German instead of normal English. Over here you can see that I was able to view this site in English and the URL was google.co.in, and here the URL is google.de. That means it automatically took me to the German Google website. So let's see what is my IP. So as you can see, my IP address is 178.162.193.233. Now let's disconnect this network and try to see what is my IP now. Sorry guys, I can't show you my full IP. Instead of that, I will only show you my first 2 octets. This was my IP earlier. So this is how you can stay anonymous on internet using a PPTP VPN. That's it guys. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this topic guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can install 𝐒𝐸𝐽 VPN on your network. So let me tell you, the process for this 𝐒𝐸𝐽 is same for all 3 platforms, Windows, Mac and Linux. What you need is just a Firefox browser and the process is same. So apart from PPTP, 𝐒𝐸𝐽 is a better quality and it has better encryption in it. So PPTP had some flaws and leaks, but 𝐒𝐸𝐽 is the most easiest one to install and has some better encryption. So let's get started. First of all, same as PPTP, you need a 𝐒𝐸𝐽 IP address. So I went on Google and entered 𝐒𝐸𝐽. The first link came up with some list of addresses. These are the free ones, so I'll use this. Then you need to click on these 3 lines over here to go into menu, and then click on preferences. After you are into preferences, go into advanced, go into network and then click on connection settings. So when you are into settings, click on manual proxy configuration, and as you can see here, we have a SOCKS host address and then port. Make sure you always select SOCKS version 5 because this is the most latest one and the strongest one. So let me go back and copy the IP and the port number. So I'm gonna use Norway and the port is 45554. Alright, so let's go back to preference and now enter the address SOCKS host and then the port number 4 3 times 5 and then 4 and press OK. And that's it guys. You are now on a virtual network where all the data traffic would be routed through Norway. Let's visit google.com and see what is our IP address if the VPN is working properly. I think the network has not applied yet. Let me refresh this page. Okay, so as you can see, it is redirecting me to Google Norway. Sometimes there is too much traffic, so maybe that's the reason I'm not able to get a connection. Let me refresh it once again. So as you can see, I was taken to Google Norway. Let me search my IP. Connection issues again. So this is what happens when you select a free proxy. So make sure the proxy which you are selecting is the best one and you can trust it. So this is my IP when I am connected to the proxy. Let me show you my IP when I am not connected to the proxy. So go to settings and select the option use system proxy settings. Click OK and let me show you what's my IP now. I'm sorry guys, I can't show you my full IP address, but here are the first 2 octets. As we can see, these are much different from which is the IP address which is over here. So this is guys, the SOX5 VPN is the easiest one to install and the most reliable one. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this topic guys. Here I'm gonna show you how to install and configure OpenVPN. So OpenVPN is the best VPN available out in the market. First of all, it's open source and then it's almost impossible to trace back it to you. So let's get started. So first of all, you need to download the OpenVPN tool. For that, go to google.com and type OpenVPN and then click on downloads option. Once you are into the download page, make sure you select your installer according to if you have a 32-bit operating system or 64-bit operating system. So I have a 64-bit operating system and I am selecting the 64-bit. Let it complete the download. Open the download folder. And the process to install this in every version of Windows is the same. So double click on it. It will ask if you want to allow. Click yes. Click next. I agree. Select the tools which you want to install. So I am selecting the default options. Click next and click install. So once this is installed, you need to configure it. For that you need a VPN address. And now it's asking me to install a Windows provider network adapter. Click yes, it is necessary. So that again you need to go to VPN book as we did in the point-to-point tunneling protocol lecture. So we will go to VPN book and use the OpenVPN tool to download. So we have the OpenVPN section. Now over here we have 6 servers available. So I will go with Canada server. Download that server. Make sure you have the username and password. I will just copy the password. So here I have the OpenVPN Canada server details. So my OpenVPN has finished installing on my computer. Click finish. Then go into your My Computer, Program Files, then open VPN and open the config folder and move all the contents of this downloaded folder into that config folder. Click continue. Click do this for all current items and click continue. And once you are done with it, close all the folders. So let me show you my IP address before connecting to the VPN. So here is the first 2 octet of my IP address. Now let's go ahead and connect to the VPN. Double click on this, click yes. So as you can see, this is my OpenVPN. Right click on it and select on which port you want to continue. So I would like to connect this on TCP port 80 and click connect. Now this is asking me for a user ID and password. So VPN book and then the password, click OK. So as you can see, this is saying this configuration may cache password, that means it may store password in memory. So as you can see, my IP has been changed. This was my earlier IP, now it has been changed. So this is how you can install and run OpenVPN on your Windows computer. Thank you very much. So welcome to this topic guys, where I'm gonna tell you a little about footprinting. So footprinting is the first part of your hacking system. Like in order to hack someone, you need to create a plan, you need to gather information and other stuff. So footprint comes into the category of gathering information, and it is the first and most important part of your hacking strategy. So in this phase, what you do is you try to discover as much information as you can with the internet and other social engineering techniques, like using a person's personal details to find his friend and families, and then talking to them and discovering other details and stuff. Or you can also, if you are targeting a industry, you can also talk to their employees, and then you can know what are the insights, what are the system they use, what kind of technology they use and other stuff. So this information could be anything related to domain, email address, IP address, phone number, personal details like name, number, etc., which you can spoof and use it to your advantage. So the most usual techniques which are used in this phase are whois lookup, operating system identification, ping. Then we also have something as human social engineering, where you try to make friends with a human and recover as much information as you can from him. So this is it for footprinting guys. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. Welcome to phase 3 of footprinting guys. Here I'm gonna show you how you can find the whois details of a particular website. So by finding this, you would be able to know that if this website is owned by an individual or a company. So our target is hackthisite.org. So we'll copy the link and paste it over here in this website who.is. Paste the link over here and click on search. So as soon as you make a search, it will give you the registrar info. Enum is the registrar. Then the status, and that it says prohibited because the client has opted for a whois privacy protect, as you can see over here. And then we have the important dates like expire, registered and updated date. Then we have a couple of name servers over here, and then we have similar domains. So this part is the most important part. Here you would be able to see the name, organization, address and other details of the owner of this URL. So in case if he didn't opted for the privacy protection, you would be able to see the details over here. Then we have the administrative contact information and the technical contact information. So let's go ahead and move to the second tab, that is website info. Here we would be able to see the content data like title and speed, and then we have the traffic data. After that, let's move on to the history tab. Here we would be able to see the history of whois information, like on what date, who had done a whois information. The history would be available over here. Then let's move on to DNS records. Here we would be able to see multiple DNS. Then we have the email DNS over here. Then we have IPv6 DNS. Let's move on to diagnostics. Verify yourself. As you can see, the website is automatically doing a pin scan and a trace route. So this is how you find whois information. using a whois lookup over the web. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to the phase 2 of footprinting, guys. Here I'm gonna show you how you can find the location of that website from where it has been hosted and the technology used within the website like WordPress, Magento or any other technology and add-ons used in that website. So let's get started. So for finding the location of this website, first you need to find the IP address. So as we did in the last topic, here is the IP address where this website has been listed. So I'll copy this and go to Info Sniper website. Open this website and then enter the IP address and click on check. So as you can see, this website is being hosted in Denver, United States. For example, if this IP is down for some reason, the website will automatically go to the next available IP, that is this one. So let's check where this IP is being hosted. So again, the backup for this site is being hosted in Denver. Let's check the third IP address. So as you can see, the third IP address is hosted in Chennai, India. Let's see the first IP address. So as you can see, the first IP address is located in Dallas, United States. So this is how this single website is been backed up into multiple locations. So for some reason one site is down, the website will automatically be up from the another site. So this is how you can locate the location of a particular website hosting. So let's go ahead with the details of the website, like what kind of technology it is using. So for that I will go to what build. So this is the website where you will find the information for the technology of the website. So open this website, copy the link and paste it over here. So what it would do is it would tell you what kind of services are active on this website, what kind of server it is using. So as you can see, the web server is Apache, that means it is hosted on Linux. Then we have a Commodore SSL, secure socket layer. Then the email services which they are using is Google Apps for Business, that means they are using the second party email address. Then the hosting provider is SharkTech. Then we have a name server providers, that BuddyNS, as we saw over here, BuddyNS. And then they have used PHP. Then they have the Blue Sky advertising. Then they have some more add-ons like Google Analytics and ComScore. Then they also have HTML5 and jQuery active. Then they have Font Awesome, and they also have a content delivery network over here. As you can see, the website is listed on IPv version 6. And this is the details. So we have a same kind of tool available in Kali Linux where you can find these details. So let me show you. Copy the website link, go to Kali, open the terminal and type what web and paste the link. Press enter. So this tool will tell you like what kind of server, and this tool will show you the same details which we saw on build for website.
So as you can see, the country is United States. It is been on load balancer. We have the current IP address where the site is being hosted. Then we have jQuery 1.8.1. Then we have meta author. Then we have open graph protocol. Then we have password field. Then the script used is JavaScript. Then we have uncommon error. So these are some more details about this website. So this is how you can find the technology used in a website by using BuildBot and WordWeb from Kali. Thank you for watching, guys. Welcome to the phase 1 of footprinting, guys. Here I'm gonna show you how you can find the IP address and other details of a website. So our target is gonna be the hack this site. This site is a legal ground for hacking. You can use this site for hacking legally. As you can see, this site is a free and safe legal training ground for hackers. So we can go ahead and use this site for hacking. So the simple tool for finding an IP address for this website is the ping command. So I'll show you how you can use the ping command to find an IP address. So go ahead, press Windows and R, or simply type run in your search box and type command, that's cmd, and open the command window. Now over here simply type ping space the website address and press enter. So as you can see, I'm able to get the IP address of the website, that's 198.148.81.136, but I am not able to ping the website because the security of this website is tight. So let's stop this command and try to ping again. So as you can see, the request is timed out. So let's go ahead and check some other details for this website. So right now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to find some hidden URL in this website. So for that I'm gonna open this link bulkthechecker.com and use the free URL extractor to find the details in this website. So what I'll do, I will simply copy this link and paste it over here. I'll select all and then click the button I am not a robot and click on extract. So once the links has been extracted, as you can see, I am able to see all the links over here. So this is the IRC site for hackthisite.com. IRC is Internet Relay Chat. It's a chatting service. Then we have a radio. Then we have hts.io. I think this is an internal link. Let's try. And let's try to open this link. So this is a URL shortener link from Hack This Site. So that's okay. Let's see if we are able to find anything else. So let's try this link. So as you can see, by trying this link, I am able to find how many users are online right now. So there are 23 users on this website. So this is how you can extract the URL. You will know more about footprinting in the next phase. Thank you. Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I'm going to show you how you can harvest an email ID from a domain name. So the tool for this harvesting we are going to use is known as the harvester, which is already available in Kali Linux. So you need to type the harvester, or you can simply press tab and press enter. So this is the tool which we are going to use to harvest the email IDs. So the argument which we are going to use is the harvester -d for domain, and the domain name is going to be
hack this site.org, and we are gonna limit the result to 3000, and we are gonna search this in all search engines. So for that I'll simply type all and press enter. So as you can see, it has started searching in Google. So let's wait to see the result. So as you can see, we found these two email ID, and then we have some resolving host over here, and then we have some virtual host. So as you can see, we also have a mirror, then we have Tor hackthissite.org, and then we also had an admin over here. So this is how you can harvest an email ID for a particular domain. Thank you for watching.
So guys, welcome to this topic where you'd be learn about what is social engineering. So as I told you a little bit about it in the footprinting session, social engineering is a part of footprinting, but this is a totally different strategy than footprinting. In social engineering technique, what you do is you try to psychologically manipulate people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. So this type of attack is very easy and very common to use. Then discover ways to hack your system, like in trying to gather information about system by using technology. You can spend days or years, but a simple social engineering method can give you details within 5 minutes or an hour. So the most common types of SCA attack is phishing. Phishing is a technique where you send spoof details to your victim, and then you harvest their credentials and other information. So in this type of attack, people give up details willingly, thinking their phishing source is legit. So we'll talk about phishing in depth in the future topics. So this was it guys for social engineering. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic guys, where I'm gonna teach you about social engineering. So before we start, I would like to give you an review about my lab, like what are the changes that I've made to do this kind of attack. So let's go ahead. So make sure you have multiple operating systems. So I have Kali and Windows 7 running side by side, and make sure that both of these systems are on the same network. So I have made them on the same network, that is VMnet 5, and my Windows 7 is also available on VMnet 5. So it doesn't matter if you use Windows 7 or Windows 8 or Windows 10, any version you can use for this attack. So go ahead and make sure you are able to pin both the machine within each other. So I will ping Windows 7 from here. Let me see so in order to see the IP address of this Windows 7, I am gonna go into command and type IP config. So as you can see, the IP address is 192.168.163.132. So I'm gonna ping it 192.168. So I'm gonna ping this IP address, that is ping 192.168.136.132. So as you can see, I am able to ping my Windows 7 from Kali. Now let's see the IP address for Kali. IF, for that you need to type if config. So as you can see, this is my IP address. So let's see if I'm able to ping this from Windows 7. So 192.168.136.131. So ping 192.168.136.131. So as you can see, I am able to ping both machines within both machines. So let's go ahead and start this attack. So in order to start social engineering attack, you need a tool called as social engineering. You need a tool called as social engineering toolkit, that is available under social engineering and social engineering toolkit over here, or you can directly type the command sc toolkit and it will launch the tool. So if you are launching this tool first time, it would ask you for the terms and conditions to agree. So after you have agreed for the terms and conditions, you need to go ahead, and as you can see that I have couple of options over here in the menu. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select social engineering attacks and I'm gonna press 1 and then hit enter. So after that I have like 11 attacks over here. From that I am gonna select website attack vectors and then press 2 and hit enter. So again I have 8 attacks. So from there I'm gonna use credential harvester, press 3 and then hit enter, and from this menu I'm gonna use site cloner. So press 2 and hit enter. So as you can see, it is asking me for the postback IP address. This is the IP address in which you will receive the credential like the login ID and password. So make sure this IP address belongs to your computer. So I'm again gonna do an IP config and I'm gonna copy and paste this IP address over here. Now it is asking me for the URL to clone. So I'm gonna use one of the famous sites, that is facebook.com. So I will copy this URL and paste it over here. So after pasting the URL, press enter, and as you can see, this is cloning the website. So it is asking me that Apache is not running as of now. Do you want to start it? Press yes, because you need Apache server to be running to harvest the credential, and press enter. So as you can see, the Apache has been started and our fake website is live. And if you send this link to anyone and if he tries to enter his credentials into that phishing website, we'll receive the credential over here. So let's try. For example, I am sending this IP address to my friend who has a Windows operating system, and I asked him to log in, and he goes to that site, and as you can see, this is in Hindi and some other stuff, and I tell him that this is a new link to log in into Facebook, and he believes me, and then he enters his credentials. Hey dude @aka.com, and the password I am entering is @123. So as you can see, it took my email ID and password and redirected me to the original Facebook page. Now let's go and see what is available in Kali. So if you scroll down, as you can see, we have some details over here, and here is the email ID as I entered heydude@aka.com and the password. This is how you can create a fake website from a genuine website and send those links to anyone, and if they enter any kind of credential over there, you would be able to capture that. And if you somehow exit this window, you'd also be able to find these details in this folder. So that's it guys, this is how you capture a credential using social engineering toolkit. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to this topic where I'm gonna teach you how you can send a fake email to anyone with a malicious link or a malicious software as an attachment in it. This is also known as spoofing and also known as phishing, but the technique used in this is same for both. So let's get started. So I have a fake email sender over here, and then I have a fake email receiver over here.
As you can see my URL,
I will change the receiver email ID to I am your boss. Then I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna go to a fake email sender and send an email to this email ID. So I'm gonna enter the name as I am your employee Then I am gonna enter the email as from email as I am your employee @unknown.com, and then the email to address would be I am your boss @dayrep.com. So I will change this extension to the same as dayrep.com. Alright, and the subject would be I am back, and text would be hey bro, what's up? And let's send this email and check if we are able to receive it over here. So verify yourself and click on send email. So as you can see over here, the email was sent successfully. Now let's go and check if the email has been received. So yes, the email has been received over here. The to address is correct, the from address is correct, and the subject is correct, and the message is also correct. So this is how you can send a fake email including a malicious software or a malicious link into the mail body to your victim. Thank you for watching. Hey, welcome to this section guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can track an email address to see if the email received is genuine or not. So as you can see, I am on this website ip2location.com/free/email tracker. So what I'm gonna do is that I have an email from Hack Summit, and I want to see if this email is legit or not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on this down arrow for more, and then I'm gonna click on show original. So as you can see, there is a lot of script over here that a coder can understand but a normal person cannot understand. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy all the details from here content type to till here delivery to. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna go to my IP tracker and paste this over here and click on lookup. So as you can see, the sender IP address was 127.0.1 and the receiver IP address was 192.2.129.55. And as you are also able to see, I am also able to see the receiver's geolocation plus the other details, connection, and the local time when this was received. And after that, from here the email was routed to a private IP address, and then again it was routed to another private IP address, and then it was reserved on my email client. So this is how your original emails comes from a server, and then it is translated to a readable format which can be read by a normal user. I'm gonna copy the IP address, and then I'm gonna go to IP location light, and then I'm gonna go to IP lookup. So I'm gonna do a lookup on IP address. So I'm gonna paste the IP address over here and click on go. So as you can see here, it is able to find the city, and here it is able to find the city and the country of this IP address, and we also have a address over here. So as you can see, I have one more email details over here. So let's go ahead and see if we are able to find something like this. So this email is sent to me by one of my client who has a different email ID. So let's go ahead and see if we are able to find anything over this. So I'll copy this email, I will copy this content, and then I'm gonna go to my email tracker and look up these details. So as you can see, I have the IP address of sender, and then the geolocation with the correct city and state from this private IP. From this public IP, it was sent to this private IP, and this private IP sent this to this, and then it was delivered to my mail address. So let's go ahead and see if we are able to track this geolocation in Google Maps. So I will simply go to Google and go to maps, and I'm gonna paste this over here. So as you can see, we are able to track this in 𝐒𝐫𝐨𝐜𝐢𝐴, and let's see which city is it. This geolocation details belongs to Massachusetts, and as our email tracker says, it is from Massachusetts. That means the details are correct and this is a genuine sender. This is how you can track the authenticity of an email ID using the email tracker tool. So thank you for watching, guys.
So welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna tell you a little bit about scanning. So scanning is the third process into hacking, where you try to scan the computer and see if the host is up or not. So scanning is known as the process of mapping out the IT infrastructure. So in this process you find out what kind of attacks could be done on a target. Port scanning is the common technique used to find out the open doors from where you can enter into the system and carry out malicious attack and find vulnerabilities related to that port. So in port scan you discover the host devices on your target network, through which you can figure out what is the IT network, what are the system available, what are the application available. If you find any open ports, you can find out what kind of services are used on that port. So this is what you do in scanning. So this was it for scanning, guys. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can scan a computer or a website using Nmap. So what does Nmap basically do is it scans for open ports into a website or a computer. It can also go ahead and scan for the version of that operating system which is running on the computer, and it can also map your network, so that it can give you a list of the hosts which are already running in your network. So before we start, let me show you the overview of my lab. So I have my Kali running over here, then I have my Windows 7, and then I have my Ubuntu. So what I have done is I have kept them all on the same network, that is VMnet 1 host only. All the three operating system are on this VMnet host only adapter. So let's go ahead and get started. So for starting Nmap, what you can do, you can click on applications, go on information gathering, and then click on Nmap, or you can simply open a terminal and type Nmap. So as you can see, I have got a long list of arguments over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna type Nmap, and then I'm gonna type SN to first check what hosts are up, and after that we'll go ahead and do some advanced scans. So first of all, let's start with simple host discovery. So it was S and N, and then the IP range. For that I will go into my I will go and check my IP address. For that I will type if config, and as you can see I have this IP address, and the mask for this is 255.255.255.0. that means it's a /24 IP address. So I will type .1 and /24. Oh sorry, so as you can see, the scan has started, and it would scan all the IP range from 192.168.79.1 till 254.1 till 254. So as you can see, we were able to find some MAC addresses with IP address. So as you can see, we have some 4 hosts running. So as you can see, it is giving us the result that 5 hosts are up already. Look into Kali and change the IP address to .131, and let's add some more arguments. So I'm gonna determine what operating system is my victim using. So I'm gonna simply type hyphen and then capital O for that. Now let's see what else we can add into this. So as you can see, so for OS detection we have O. Then let's see what else we have. So we have port ranges, Then we have some common ports to scan. Then we have IP protocol scan. I'm not going to use that as of now. Then we have list scan, not that too. So let's see what else we have. So we have firewall. So we have source port. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply use nmap-o for OS detection and port scanning on this IP address and press enter. So as you can see, my nmap has started. Let's wait for it to show some details from my Windows 7 operating system. So as you can see, I have the OS details over here. I am running Windows 7, that is correct, service pack 1, and then I have this all open ports. So what I can do, I have NetBIOS SSN, I have a vulnerability for this. If I am able to find any open ports on a particular website or a computer, I can use that port to get into the system. So this is what basically nmap does. Now let's go ahead and scan for an website. So I'm gonna go and change my adapter to NAT for access to the outside internet. Click OK, and then I'm gonna ping google.com. As you can see, my internet is working. So for website scanning, we are gonna simply use this argument over here to scan the nmap website. So I'm gonna copy this and paste this over here. So -v is used for verbose, as you can see, and -a is used for enable OS detection and multiple scripting and trace route. So as you can see, this has started scanning the nmap website, and as you can see, we were able to find ping was successful. Then we have parallel DNS resolution. Then we have open port 22. Then we have 80 TCP open port. Then we have some more open ports on this IP address. So as you can see, 64% scan is done. Now this is scanning services on ScanMe, and it has completed service scan. Now this is detecting what OS it is trying to use. It failed on the first try, now it's making a second try. So we were not able to find the OS, maybe because it is using a firewall. So as you can see, the scan was completed. So we were able to find some open ports. Then we were able to find some hotkeys and some services on this website. As you can see, this website is using OS as the Windows Server 2002, Service Pack 3. So this is how you can scan a website using nmap, or scan a network to find hosts, and scan a computer to find any open ports and other details related to operating system. Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I'm going to teach you in depth about nmap. So in the previous lecture, as I have shown the basics about nmap, now we are going to go and dig deep into nmap and see what all functions does it have. So as you already know how to start nmap, as of now I'm gonna go ahead and see the manual page of the nmap. So I'm gonna type man nmap, and now here as we can see we have the information about nmap. So nmap is an open source tool for network exploration and security auditing. It was designed to rapidly scan and other stuff. You can read this by yourself. So I'm gonna go ahead and see what all options does it have. So this is a nmap report. So this is how a nmap report looks, as you have already seen this in the previous video. Now we have options, so we need to pay some attention over here in the options menu. So I'm gonna one by one explain you what does this option means and how you can use that. So in order to use any option of an nmap tool, what you need to do is you need to enter the nmap command, then you need to enter the options, and then you need to enter the arguments or the parameters. So for example, I'm gonna show you a simple thing over here. So as you can see here we have SL. So this is a list scan. So if I type nmap then -s and capital L. So after typing this command over here, I need to give the targets over here like 192.168.1.1. If I want to give more than one target, what I can do, I can simply enter a comma over here and then I can give my second target. So this is how you use an option. So the option and then the parameter or the arguments. So let's go ahead and see what an option can do and how we can use it. So the first option we have is IL, and this is for an input file. So if you have a list of hosts or a network into a file like a text document or a CC document, you can insert that over here. Then we have IR, number of hosts. So in this you can give a network subnet and you can enter this command to randomly scan host. Then we have the exclude command. As it states, you can exclude some host from here by entering the IP address. Then we have exclude file. Just like input file, you can exclude a whole list of nodes including by inputting a exclude file. So after that we have SL. As I showed you, it simply lists the target to scan. Then we have SN. So what this would do, this would simply go ahead and do a ping scan to check the host is up or not, and it would not do any kind of port scan. So if we enter PN, that it would simply skip the host discovery protocol and treat as all the hosts are up and directly start scanning the ports. Then we have this, the four arguments within, 4 options within one, PS, PA, PU, PY. So this would do a port list scan. So you can give a TCP synchronize or acknowledge port, and it would simply do a UDP or HTTP discovery to given ports. Then we have PE, PP, PM. So this would simply do a ICMP echo scan. That means it will check if the host is up or not. Then it would also give the system's timestamp and the net mask request discovery proofs. So after that we have PO for protocol list. So it will check what kind of protocol a particular network is using. So if you don't know, we have couple of protocols like TCP, UDP, and then many more. After that we have -N and -R. So if you are doing a website scan or something like that, so this option would simply say that don't do a DNS resolution, or always do a DNS resolution. So if you use -N, it won't do a DNS resolution, and if you use the -R, it would always do a resolution. And the default is it would sometime do and sometime don't do. And then you can give the custom DNS servers. If you don't know, 8.8.8.8 is the Google DNS server. Then you have some free servers like Freenom and other stuff. So you can give the address of that DNS server to resolve any kind of DNS issue. Then if you don't want to give an online DNS server, you can simply give a system DNS server by using this option. And then we have the trace route. So as it simply says, you can simply use this command within nmap, or you can use this command as an individual also. So traceroute, what does it does is it gives you the list of routers and devices within the path of you and your target machine. After that we have the scan techniques. So we have SS, ST, SA, SW, SM. So it would do TCP synchronize, connect or acknowledge. Then we have window, then we have main home scans. And SU stands for UDP scan. So it would simply do a UDP scan into a network. Then we have SN, SF and SX, TCP null scan. Then we have finished scan, and then we have Xmas scan. So if you're not able to find the required information in some kind of scans, you can go ahead and use scan techniques. Then we have scan flags. So scan flag simply means that like scan flag is like a TCP layer protocol, so I won't go in depth about this because it would create some kind of confusion. So we have SI, so it would simply do a zombie host. That means if IP address has been issued within your network, it would do a scan for that, and it will figure out which IP address is assigned to which host, even if it is down. Then we have SYSZ scan. So it would simply do a SCTP init cookie echo scans. Then we have SO. It is a simple IP protocol scan like TCP or UDP. Then we have -B for FTP relay host, FTP bound scan. So it would simply check if the FTP port is open or not. And then we have port specification scan order. So you can define any port or port ranges by typing P. And then the parameters, as you can see the examples over here. So this is the UDP ports and this is TCP ports. And then you can also exclude some ports if you want to. Then we have -fast for fast mode scan. It would simply scan for some widely used ports. Then we have -R to scan ports in a reference manner. Then we have top ports, so it would scan the most common ports. Then we have port ratio scan, so it would scan the more common than ratio ports. Then we have SV to probe open ports to determine service version info. So then we have version intensity. Then we have version light, limit to mostly lightly probe. So after that I would like to tell you, this is the main part, that you can use certain scripts to determine different kinds of options, such as if you want to find usernames into a WordPress website, you have a script for that on Nmap website. I will show you that in a moment. So you can use your custom made script or the scripts which are already available on the internet. Now we have something like -O as OS detection. I showed you this in the previous video. Then we have option which take times into second and milliseconds. If you want to make the program wait for some time after doing a particular scan, wait for some time before going to the next port, you can use these commands over here. Then we have minimum parallelism, max parallelism. I have never used it, and these are just as if you want to do some extra experimenting, you can use this commands over here. I have never used it. As you can see, host timeout. If the Nmap is not able to find any kind of information, you can use this option to give up after a certain limit of time. Then we have firewall IDS invasion. Then we have firewall IDS evasion. You would only be able to use this if you know how a packet has been made and how a packet is used. So -F MTU value fragment packets, this you need to give this all options. Then S is used to spoof the source address. E is used to use specified interface. G is used to source port number, you've been given port number. Then you have proxies, every other stuff. Then you have data hex string. I would say simply that you learn how a packet is made and how it is used to use this kind of options over here. Then as you can see, you have spoof MAC address vendor name, you can do that too. Bad sun -X OA reason display everything. Then if you want, you have saved some kind of scan and you can resume an aborted scan. Then you can enable IPv6 scanning and A to enable multiple options at once like OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route. Then you have data dare, specify custom nmap data file location, so you can save a particular scan. And then set ETH send IP send using raw Ethernet frames of IP packets, -v for print version number, -h to print this help summary. So if you go through this manual page, you would be able to learn a lot about nmap, and you would be able to use it as in a efficient way and in a professional way. So I will go ahead and start scanning, but let me first show you the scripts which are available on internet. So as you can see, this is a WordPress enumeration script available on nmap website. So here is the user summary, then you have script arguments. So you can simply use this script to do a WordPress enumeration scan. You can find many more scripts on the nmap website. So as of now, I'm not gonna go ahead and use script. I'm just gonna show you some advanced techniques of using nmap. So I'm gonna go to my target website first. So try to hack. So I guess we have some new website, trytohack.it from .nl. I don't know, I gotta check this out. So let's be online. So it was, when did it move? 2007. Oh, so here is our target website. So anyhow, we are gonna use this both website to try to hack. Let's see what is the output. So we have trytohack.nl and .it. So let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this trytohack.it. I'm gonna open my commands. I'm gonna keep this terminal for reference, and I'm gonna use another terminal for making an attack. So let's see, what do we have? nmap, then we can use an example over here, -v for verbose. No, we don't need a verbose. Then I'm gonna use -a. So I will use multiple arguments within a single scan, so you can see what is the output and how does it shows. If I do a simple nmap scan, it would give me a port numbers, but I'm gonna go ahead and do multiple argument scan. So I'm gonna type -a, nmap, then the website or your target. So I'm gonna paste my target, then the arguments -a. So you don't have anything after -a, so it's a single word argument. Then I should be enabling IPv6 scanning. Let's see what's the IP address of this particular website. Okay, so it's IPv4, not an issue. So I'm not gonna enable IPv6 scanning. So for the output, we need to type -v for verbose. Alright, I'm gonna use that. And I don't need any kind of debugging levels. Okay. I'm not gonna use firewall, IDs, evasion and spoofing, any kind of this in this scan. Okay, so so I already have OS detection enabled, but I'm gonna go ahead and type -o for an extra layer. So we don't have script in this. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and probe open ports to determine service version info. I'm gonna type -s and then capital V. So do remember that command line is a case sensitive. So should I do scans consecutively? It would take time. Let's do it. Alright, no worries. No, I'm not gonna use fast mode. I'm not gonna specify port because I already have -r for consecutive. Then I'm gonna do a Xmas scan. This is great. Then I'm gonna do a UDP scan. So we have scan techniques done. Let's see, do we have anything else? We have TCP sync. Alright, SS. So that is like I have something like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 scan options into a single command. Let's see, press enter and let's see what's the output if I get. Okay, so it says I have choose more than one TCP scan. Let's see what's that. Okay, so back to our scanning techniques. I think I have XMUX scan and then -SS. So I have to remove XMUX scan or TCP scan, so I'm gonna simply remove the XMUX scan and I'm gonna do a single XMUX scan after this is done. This scanning is done, so let's see what do we get. So as you can see, we have 1000 ports for TCP scan, then we have 1000 ports for UDP scanning, so it would take some time as it was started on 1441. Let's see how much time does it take. Let's wait. In the real world scenario, I would suggest you to go one by one because this would take like 1 or 2 hours. I don't know. Didn't get completed within 5 minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this and I'm gonna do an individual scan after this. But in real world scenario, I will suggest you to go one by one. So let's just wait and see what happens. So as you can see, it gave me an ETA, estimate time of completion, that is 1716. Now it's 1445, so that's approx 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna not go ahead and keep my screen on for 2.5 hours. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna stop this, then I'm gonna go ahead and instead of I'm gonna remove -R and then I'm gonna do the rest of the scan. So this would be easy for us. So I guess I need to do a fast scan. I need to enter -F to do a fast scan. I'm gonna go ahead and do that, -F and then press enter. Still it says okay, so it's 100 ports instead of 1000. That's great because 100 ports would be done soon. Let's wait and see. In the meantime, I will go and see if try2hack.it is working fine. Okay, it's working fine. It should be because we are not DDoSing this website. So it's saying that it's still about 1% done and we have a completion time of 1729. That's way too long to do, so I'm gonna just stop it and I'm gonna run this again to see if we find anything. Now I'm gonna stop it again. Then I think I should be removing all this and simply scan for operating system and version, and it would give me the default ports also as we did in the previous video. So this is how you can use multiple options or arguments or scan techniques within each other and try to scan a website. So that's it, guys. Oh, hold on a second. As I promised you guys, I will show you the XMUX scan. Let me go and do it over here and map then our web targets. That's www.try2hack.it and then the XMUX scan. Where it is. Okay, SX for XMUX scan. -SX and press enter. Sorry, my bad. So as we did a XMUX scan and it scanned for some 1000 ports and all are closed, so yes, we have nothing to show here. Let's wait for this scan to complete. I don't know when it's gonna be complete because I just scanned for the operating system and other information for -A, OS detection, version detection. Let's wait for this. So instead of -A, let me use -O for OS detection. Let's see what does it gives. Yes, so you can use a single program in multiple terminal and it won't create any kind of issues for you. So it's normal to use like that. Okay, so no exact OS matches for host, test conditions non-idle, that's okay. So as it says, aggressive OS guess, OS for Oracle VirtualBox, network another thing, okay. Alright, CPE Oracle VirtualBox, then we have OSS scan results, then we have some open ports also over here. That's fine. Now let's see what do we have over here. So we did -A, so we have port and then the details of the port for what this port is used. Then again this, then we have, what is this, elegant login delay. Okay, then we have 43 TCP port, it details, quota, idle and everything. Then we have 443 TCP details, so it is used for SSL, I know that, 443. I don't know what 465 is used for, so I think it's 𝐒𝐫𝐸. Then we have again 𝐒𝐫𝐸 and then plus courier, so I think this is a mail protocol. Then 993 is also used for SSL IMAP. Alright, POP3 other details. Then we have this 3 ports closed, then SF port and this details. Damn. Then we have the OS detection, host scripts result and trace route. So this is how you do a scan or multiple option scan in Nmap. Thank you for watching. Welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna demonstrate you the tool known as Zenmap. So Zenmap is a graphical user interface for Nmap and it is also available for Windows. So there is no difference for performance between Nmap and Zenmap. Both of them are same, just the difference is that Zenmap is graphical and Nmap is command line. So I'm gonna go into information gathering and then from here I'm gonna launch Zenmap. Zenmap has the same interface in Windows operating system also. So to start with, you can add your target over here and then you can select a profile you want to scan, or you can directly type a command if you want. So our target is gonna be try2hack.nl. I'm gonna copy this link. So I'm gonna scan our target. Make sure you remove all the HTTP and enter www dot in front of it. And I'm just gonna make a ping scan to see if the host is up. So as you can see, this is showing this host is up. Now let's go ahead and do some. So I'm gonna just do a quick scan over here. So it gave me a port open on this website in a quick scan. So let's go ahead and do some more scan, and I'm gonna do a quick trace route for this website. So what does trace route do is it gives you the information of the routers between you and the target website. So it will give you the information of how many routers does it hop within the target range. So as you can see, it's giving me an error that no targets has been specified and it failed to resolve this website address. So I'm gonna go and do a quick scan plus. So in this quick scan plus, it is trying to identify the operating system also, as you can see over here. So we have some device type details, then we have some, it is running, then we have some OS details, it is running Linux 2.4, and then we have Tomato firmware that is available on its router. That's it guys. This is how you can use Zenmap as a graphical user interface for Nmap for doing scan on network or computer. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna show you how to install and run OpenVAS. So OpenVAS stands for Open Vulnerability Scanner. It is based on Nmap technology, but it has some graphical user interface which is integrated into a web browser.
and then it also scans for some advanced techniques which we'll see later. OpenVAS is a free source software which is available free of cost under the open source program. So let's go ahead and install it. So before installing, make sure you update and upgrade your system by typing apt-get update. In the same way, go ahead and upgrade your system. So once you are done with update and upgrade, go ahead and install OpenVAS. For that you need to type apt-get installs OpenVAS and press enter. So it is asking, do you want to install? Click yes and click continue. So as you can see, this would be taking some time to install because it is of 1 GB and above. So let's wait till it's finished. So whenever you see this kind of result, it's saying that it will connect to database with a Unix socket and conf will be updated. Do you want to enable Redis Unix socket? Press yes and continue. Now it has started installing OpenVAS on your system. Wait for it to complete. So once the installation is done, now you need to set up your OpenVAS. For that, simply type command open-openvas -setup and press enter. So it would start setting up your OpenVAS on your Kali Linux for use. So once your setup has been done, you are ready to start your OpenVAS. For that you need to type openvas -start. This would start the service so you can use OpenVAS. If the OpenVAS didn't provide a user ID and password automatically, you need to create one. So you're gonna type openvas md space --user is equal to admin, and then I'm gonna create a new -password is equal to admin. So I have created a user admin and I have created a new password for admin. Now for starting your OpenVAS, you need to open your Firefox browser. So in order to start your OpenVAS, you need to go to this link and press enter. So it will say this is an insecure connection. Click on advanced and click on add exception and click on confirm security exception for this link. If you want, you can also bookmark this link and enter your user ID and password. and that's it. Now you can go ahead and use an OpenWare. So what we'll do, we'll make a quick scan for our website, that is try2hack.nl. First we need to get the IP address of this website, so we'll use the ping command. Then our website, we'll remove this and we'll type www dot. Oh, sorry, we need to remove the slash also. And as you can see, we have this IP. So this is the website IP address. So let's go ahead and make a quick scan. Enter your IP address and click on start scan. So as you can see, the scan is started and it is active. So as you can see, the scan is complete. In order to see the report, you can go over here. As you can see, we don't have any kind of vulnerabilities over here because we did an immediate scan. So in order to go ahead and do a deep scan, you can configure this, or you can add a new scan for this. So in order to add a new scan, you can see that you can create a new task over here. Click on it and then you can name it whatever you want. I will just simply name it test. Then you can add a target over here. I will target immediate scan. Then you can schedule, then you can click alerts if you want any kind of alerts for this. So as you can see, it has added one more drop down over here. Or if you want, you can schedule this scan. And then we have auto delete reports and anything else. So coming down to OpenWare scanner, you will select OpenWare scanner over here. And from the scan config, right now I'm gonna select full and fast scan, or we have some multiple options over here. So as of now I'm gonna select full and fast scan. Then we have slave, that is optional. Then we have network source interface, you don't need to add anything. And then we have some maximum concurrently execute NVTs per host, that is okay. Now go ahead and create this task. So as you can see, the task is created, and for starting this starts, you can go over here and you need to click on start. So it has started scanning this website and we need to wait for the scan to finish. Then we would be able to go ahead and see the result after the scan is finished. So as you can see, it shows as requested over here. You can go into scan management and see the tasks which are running. So as of now, this test is running, which is for 1%, as is running right now, and it is only 1% completed. So we can wait and see what details are we able to find. So as you can see, the fast scan has been completed. Now let's go ahead and see the results. So in this fast scan also, we were not able to find any kind of vulnerabilities. In order to do some more advanced scans, you can go into task and create some new scans, or you can simply edit that task if you want by clicking over here. And this is how you use OpenWare to scan a vulnerability over a website. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I am gonna demonstrate you a tool called as MaskScan. So MaskScan is a tool where you can scan a open port all over the internet within million of IPs within a couple of minutes. So in the lab theory, it is said that it was able to scan the whole internet for open ports within 5 minutes. But note, the lab had a speed of 1 Gbps. So it totally depends on the speed of your internet, that how fast you can scan the internet for open ports. So this was the introduction for MaskScan. Let's get started with MaskScan. So for opening MaskScan, just go to your terminal and type MaskScan. As you can see, it has some usage. You need to type MaskScan, then the port number or a port range and the IP address with the DNS mask. If you want, you can also add the speed to this, but we are gonna just go ahead and add a
and start scanning some random IP addresses. So I'm gonna type mass scan, then I'm gonna type port 80, port 1 to port 8000, and then I'm gonna type my IP address 198.168.1.1 and the 24 subnet, and I'm gonna press enter. So this would start scanning like 254 or 256 hosts within this IP range, and if we are able to find any open ports, it would show us over here. So as you can see, it has started scanning and it says that we would be completed within 5 hours, but let's wait and see how soon it is able to complete. So as you are able to see, we are able to discover one open port on this IP address. Now let's see how many more it is able to find. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop this as it is taking some time. Now we are gonna include nmap with mass scan for the list of arguments. So for that we are gonna type mass scan --n map. So as you can see, we have some arguments for nmap. We have host discovery, then we have scan techniques for TCP sync, then we have port ranges, then we have output format, then we have verbosity level, then we have version number print. So let's go ahead and do an example. So as you can see, we were able to find one port open on this particular IP. So out of 154 hosts, we were able to find only one host with one particular port. So this is how you can use mass scan to scan a particular ports or range of particular ports in your network or over the internet. This could come handy if you're trying to scan some ports that are vulnerable within your network on every host. So this is it guys. Thank you for watching.
Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial where I'm gonna show you how you can scan and search for vulnerabilities in a WordPress website. So let me give you an overview of what is WordPress website. So let's go ahead and see what is WordPress website. So WordPress website is a free and open source content management system which is based on PHP and MySQL. It was released on May 27, 2003, and since it has been growing very dramatically, and as of now it powers around 27% of the website which is available in all over the internet. So that's one in every 4 websites, and it has a very vast community, like it is supporting more than 60 million websites as of now. So the reason people choose WordPress website apart from traditional websites is because it is easy to use, and for every function you have a plugin available on the WordPress website. For example, if you go to wordpress.org, you would be able to find the plugins for this website and you can use it as per your requirement. There are tons of plugins available. As you can see, we have 48,000 plugins available. So for every kind of requirement you have a plugin available on WordPress, so you don't need to hire a developer and make some changes to it. So this is the reason people prefer WordPress. You can also host an e-commerce site and different things on a WordPress website, and it is pretty easy to host on a hosting platform. So this is the history of WordPress website. So now let's go into the WordPress scanning tool, which is known as WP Scan, and it is developed by a community which is also affiliated to OWSAP or SWAP. So if you search WP Scan and if you type OSWAP, so this tool was basically developed by the OSWAP community, and now it has its own independent community for WordPress scanning. So this tool can do a lot of things like detect version of WordPress installation, detect sensitive file, then detect enabled features, detect theme name and type of theme, and also the installed themes. Then it can also detect the list of installed plugins through passive fingerprinting. Then it can also enumerate plugins, themes, users, and password auditing. So this is a all-in-one tool, WordPress vulnerability scanning, and it is widely used over the internet. So this was the history of WordPress scan, WP scan. And if you see, we also have a separate database for WP scan, that is WP vulnerab DB, and you will find all kinds of vulnerability for WordPress in this website. So if you see, we have latest WordPress vulnerabilities like SQL injection, cross-site scripting. Then we have plugins vulnerabilities, form builder and other plugins. Then we have theme vulnerabilities. So there are tons of vulnerabilities available, and this website has been is being updated every day to keep a track of what kind of changes are being made and what kind of vulnerabilities are available for WordPress, especially for WordPress. So this was it. Now let's go ahead and see what arrangement I have done for you guys. So here, as always, I am running my Kali Linux. Then I have a separate Windows 7 XP where I am running a normal local host software to host our WordPress website. So if you see, if I go to localhost WordPress, so this is the WordPress website. So this is the test WordPress website, and I have installed a couple of plugins, as I can say a vulnerable plugin, which is old version of plugins, and this WordPress website is also the old version. So the latest version of WordPress website would be is 4.7.2, but the version I have installed is something like 3.2 or something. So I have done it intentionally to show you guys like how is the vulnerability scanning done and what kind of details you can find. So please make a note that I was going to demonstrate you guys a live version of WordPress scanning, but due to some issues with the hosting provider and other things, I was not able to do that, because I got a call from my hosting provider stating that your website is being hacked. Someone is trying to scan your particular website from a single IP, and then I told them that it was me, I'm doing a video for this. So they were like, no, you cannot do this on our hosting without us getting a prior permission. So we went into some issues, and then I had to create a local host and do scanning on that. But for you guys, you don't have any kind of problem, you can just go over the internet and scan any kind of website. So please make a note, this video here is for educational purpose only. If you run into any problem, I am not responsible for that. I would like to make a quick statement over here. For every hacker, the internet is his playground. So whatever you do, you make sure you do on the live website. So in case if you want to practice first, then you can create a local host and then go into live website. So that's it, guys. So let's get started with the WordPress scan. So as you can see, I am in my Kali Linux. Now let's do one thing. Now first, make sure this adapter is on. Instead of NAT, let's move this to the local host, and also our Windows 7 adapter to local host. So let's move this to local host only. So we would be able to grab this website from our Kali Linux. So for that, we need to see the IP address of this. So I'm gonna type command and then IP config. So the IP address is 192.168.79.135. now let's go to Kali. Fire up your browser, then type the IP address 192.168.79.135/WordPress and press enter. So this is our website right here. This is how it looks. So due to some issues, I guess I'm not able to get the full site. Let me just restart the WAMP server over here. So let's stop this also, and then restart it again. So alright, now it's working fine. Okay, now let's get back to Kali. So this is the website. So I would like to give you a tip over here. For every WordPress website, the default login URL is wp-login.php. So when you type this, you would be taken to the login page. The default username for WordPress is most of the times admin, and if I try to enter any kind of password, it would give me an error. So this is our WordPress website. Now we will go ahead and start scanning this by simply using the tool WP Scan. So this is some basic arguments you can use. So as always, let's start with the manual page. So I'm gonna type man WP Scan. So as you can see, the WP Scan doesn't has the manual page. That's okay, because it doesn't has that much arguments that you need a manual page. So let's just go ahead with the help command. So I'm gonna type WP Scan -help. So this is the list of arguments which you can use. So whenever you start the WordPress scan for the first time, it would automatically ask you for the database updation, but in case, I would suggest you to first update the database and then start the WordPress scan script. So we would be entering this command side by side, so I'm not gonna use update. So next we have URL. So I'm gonna type WP Scan -u, and then our site address. I'm not gonna take the WP login, so I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste this. After that we have force WP Scan to not check if the remote site is running WordPress. So in this means it would not check that the website which we are scanning is running WordPress or something else. It would directly start with the scanning process. Then we have the enumerate option. So in case if you want the details of usernames, plugins, only vulnerable plugins, all plugins, terms, themes, only vulnerable themes, all themes. So in this case I'm gonna type -e, then I'm gonna type u for username, and then comma, then I'm gonna type p for plugins, and then comma, and then I'm gonna type t for themes. So in case if you want to scan for all plugins, so it does a scan for something like 6,000 top plugins. That takes a hell lot of time, guys. Believe me, I've done this once for one of my client, and it took a lot of time for me. And in the same goes with all themes, and it can take a lot of time. Then you have exclude content base. So if you want to exclude anything like some kind of help me or text file or anything, you can use this argument over here. Then we have the -c for config file. So in case if you want to add any kind of config file apart from which is already present in the WordPress, which is already default for this WordPress scan tool, if you want to add something custom config file, you can use this. And then we have the user agent option. We never really use this option, so let's leave it alone. And then we have the cookie. So that's okay. Cookies mainly used if the website is SSL protected. So and it is also rarely used. Then we have random agent, so same as the user agent. If you want, you can choose a random user agent. Then follow redirection. For example, if you are going to this site and this site is redirecting you to another site, so you can use this command that directly follow redirection. If you don't use this command, the tool would still ask you that this site is redirecting me to this site, would you like to continue? And then you can use batch. For example, you can use the same example for redirection, and if you don't want to use anything, you can use the default input behavior. And no color option means if there is a high level of vulnerability, it shows in red, and low level of vulnerability it shows in yellow. So if you don't want to see that kind of colors, you can use no colors. Then we have the log text file. So in case I'm gonna use this right now, so I'm gonna type log and then the test.txt in root folder. And then if you want to accept HTTP header, you can use that. Then you have the no banner option. For example, if you don't want to show any kind of banner or something. And then we have the content directory option. So in case if you want to see the tree list of all the contents in a particular WordPress folder, you can do this by doing this. And then we have disable TLS checker. So in case if this website has a SSL TLS certificate installed, it would disable that certificate verification automatically. And then we have the, as I said, WP content index page. So it has the list of all the directories and subdirectories in a particular website. And if you have any kind of WordPress directory, you can use that to search for specific plugins. And then we have subdirectories for plugins. Then you can use a proxy, then basic authentication, and word list for password brute forcing. Then you have the username, and in case if you are brute forcing a password, you need to supply a username. And then we have a usernames, multiple username. Then we have cache directory, so it would search for the cache directory on a WordPress content. Then we have cache TTL, request timeouts. In some cases, if you try to scan a website multiple times, it sends a request timeout option. So you can choose that timeout option and rescan that website of a particular time by setting that. Then we have connect timeout. In some cases the site loads very slow, so you can use this option. So threads, that means this particular tool sends multiple requests to a particular server. You can control that threads by using the number of threads. Then we have max threads in a particular time. Then we have throttle, help, verboage, and version. So that's it. And then we have some example over here. So as you can see, I have used the -u for URL, -e for enumeration of username, plugins, and themes, and then I want this tool to print this into test.txt. So as I have told you everything, and at the same time I have mentioned this over here, let's go ahead and press enter and start scanning this our test site. So as you see, this is asking me, do you want to update? There are certain updates available on the web and databases. So I would like to say no, because right now I'm not connected this virtual machine to the internet, and proceed. So as you can see, it has given me a multiple options, and it is scanning for 1000 most popular plugins, and that's it. The scan is done. It took so much less time because this was hosted in a local machine. In case if this was hosted on a hosting provider over the internet, it would take some time. So let me explain these results to you. So this tool only scan for vulnerabilities. If you want to exploit any kind of vulnerabilities, you need to do that in a separate way. So first of all, the time and the URL which we provided, and the WordPress readme.html file exists. That means if you go to this link over here, you would be able to find the version number of that WordPress site and other details. So let's visit this website. Alright, so we have some kind of OpenSSL issue. Okay, so we have a comma. So this is the version number. As I told you, I have installed the previous version, and then you can do a lot of thing over here. So it says login page. So in case if you don't know the login page, you can use this. As I told you, wp-login is the default for most of the WordPress sites. In case if the admin doesn't change, and the system requirements are mentioned, and there's a lot of things which you can gather through this readme file. Now going forward to, then we have full path disclosure. That means this special link is disclosing everything which is available in the WordPress directory, every content in the WordPress directory. So let's go to this URL. So I'm getting an issue because, you know, as this is hosted on a local site, but in case if this was a live website, you'd have got the tree directory of this website. Then as you can see, it was able to find the server Apache 2.4.25, which is hosted on Windows 32 OpenSSL, PHP 5.6.0. Then we have interesting header X powered by PHP. Then we have XML RPC interface available, and then we have the directories available. So let's visit this URL over here. Let's see what if we are able to. My bad guys, let's see if we are able to find anything. So server accepts post request only. That means if you try to log in and do anything, that is a post request. Let's go to the directory listing. So as you can see, this is the directory listing. You'd be able to find everything, what kind of files does this website has and everything through this link over here. As you can see, it also gave us the WordPress version number, released on 26/1/2017. The reason the date is given 26/1/2017 because I downloaded this on 26th and installed this, so it was released way earlier than 26. And then we also have the theme information. The theme used is 2014 version 1.1, and as you can see, it has given us the location, and it is also telling us the version is out of date. The latest version is 1.9. and then we have style URL, reference, and then theme name. So in case if you want to find any vulnerabilities related to this theme, you can simply copy this and then go to WordPress vulnerability hub database, and you can search this by the version number. So in case if any kind of vulnerability is available for this theme, it would show it over here. After that, the tool tried to enumerate the plugins, and it found one plugin, that is 𝐒𝐨𝐜𝐷, and it's version 2.5.9. we have the location readme, and then it's telling the version is out of date. Then it automatically tells us what kind of vulnerability it has. So it has cross-site scripting. Then it has given us multiple references to check these vulnerabilities, and then it is also telling us that this was fixed in 3.1.5. then it is trying to enumerate installed themes, and it find couple of themes. And if it had any kind of vulnerabilities, you would be able to go and find it. Then it started to enumerate users. So it has identified the following users. So as of now, as I know, there is only one user available for the website, and the login ID is admin, and that's it. So in case if you want to brute force this login ID admin, then you need to type -u, then the -user name, then the username, and -word list, and then the word list path. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just do a test brute force over here. So we have the username option, -u or double hyphen in this case, -username, and then we have -word list or -w for word list. And now I'm gonna create a text document over here, leaf pad, and I'm gonna enter a couple of passwords like admin 123, the common ones, QWERTY@123, QWERTY @123, then admin @123, and then administrator, and then QWERTY1, and then I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna name this password, and then save it. And once I'm done, I'm just gonna drag and drop it over here. So as you can see, the script found an unknown error for the admin @123. Now let's go ahead and try if is this the password. So this is how you can use the WP scan tool to do a WordPress scanning. Thank you very much. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm going to tell you what is distributed denial of service. So denial of service or distributed denial of service is a kind of attack where the attacker makes a machine or network unable to users by disrupting service. So in this service, what does the attacker does is sends a lot of requests from one single IP or multiple IPs. So the server is busy in replying to those requests, and in the meantime the other users are not able to get the details which they want from the particular website. So this attack is accomplished by flooding the target machine with too many requests in attempt to overload target machine. So in this attack, whatever attacker can do, it can make the resource unavailable, or it can make the resource crash if DDoS technique is used, where the requests are made from thousands of unique IPs. So consider this as a single person, like 1,000 persons are asking question to a single person, and another 3,000 persons await, and another 100 persons are in queue, and 1,000 persons are randomly asking him questions. So as you can understand, the answerable person would collapse, or he would be unable to reply to those 100 legitimate users. So this is how DDoS technique used. This kind of attack is most common than any other attack. In the modern day also, we do find this kind of attack useful, because this kind of attack does work on many websites and computers than any other attack. So this is simply a simple type of hacking where you can DDoS your victim and make him unavailable, or make the other user unavailable the resources.
So that was it guys for DDoS. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial where I am gonna demonstrate a tool known as LOIC. The full form for this tool is Low Orbit Ion Canyon, and what it does is it is a special tool, an open source tool which is used to test a network or DDoS a network. So that means it is specially designed for interrupting a network or a website from replying back to you. So for that, I will show you how to download and use this tool. Go to google.com. Go to google.com and then search LOIC and open the first link, which is sourceforge.net, and download the zip file from here. It is showing that a malware is detected, but be rest assured this is a trusted software used by millions of people, so there is no issue in downloading this. So our download has been completed. Open the file, extract the software, and then go into folder and open the file. Press on run, and our target is gonna be try to hack.nl. So as you can see, we have the software screen over here. So you can use a URL or a direct IP. Then you can change the timeout settings to whatever you want. I will simply change it to 100 seconds. And then you can use a HTTP subsite, that is if you want to attack a single page or a full website. And then you can add a UDP message. I will add I was just testing, and then you can select a port and a method. I will use TCP, and the number of threads. If you want, you can directly send this message. I will use 50,000 threads, and I will just send packets. I won't wait for any kind of reply from them. So after that, make sure your target is alive. So simply type google.com. So our target is gonna be this site, try to hack.nl. We are gonna paste this in the URL section, and then we are gonna lock this target. So as you can see, it automatically fetched the IP address. So what we are gonna do, we are gonna launch the command interface, and from that we are gonna ping this IP address 185.17.73.13 -t for recursive ping. Let's see if we are able to ping this IP address. So as you can see, the ping has been timed out. Let's ping again. So we'll ping this again to see if we are able to ping. So it says request timed out. Now let's try to go on to the website to see if it is up or not. So as you can see, the website is up, and let's now, if after you have logged your target and done this attack options and settings, now click on I am charging my laser, and it would start attacking your website. So as you can see, the flooding has been started. Now let's see if we are still able to load this website. As we are flooding this website, we are not able to get access to this website. So that means our attack is successful on this website. So DDoS attacks would work in some cases and would not work in some cases, because modern technology has the anti-DDoS system installed in place. So maybe you would be not able to use DDoS in some cases. So let's stop and try to visit this website again. So as you can see, still the website is not working properly. Let's try again, give it some time to reload. So yes, now the website is working fine. So this is how you DDoS some computer using the low orbit ion cannon. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this topic guys, where I'm gonna tell you a little bit about hacking. What is wireless hacking actually is. So wireless hacking is a technique where you can hack wireless devices such as Bluetooth device, GPS device and GSM phone or Wi-Fi routers. So in order to hack a Bluetooth device or a GSM device, you need high-tech gadgets that cost something around like $1,000 and more. So as the name suggests, wireless hacking is a process of hacking wireless devices such as access point. We mainly use access point because the other grade of wireless hacking is a military, needs some military equipment with it. So wireless hacking is the most easy to use and most easy to hack and the most requested hacking. So wireless is easy to hack compared to wired network, reason being it's accessible. So wireless hacking is easy compared to network cables because it is accessible by everyone. That means you can stop a wireless packet from going in different directions. So wireless networks are inherently vulnerable to security lapses that wired networks are exempted from. You can carry a Wi-Fi adapter and scan all the networks available in your area. This way you know which router belongs to which person and what is the security on that router. In wired networking you can't figure this out until and unless you are not inside the network. So this is one of the flaws in wireless networks. So there are various security standards for wireless network as per the standards, also several flaws within the standard. So we'll go deep within it after we start with the hacking of wireless adapters. So this was it for wireless hacking guys. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. Hey, welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna teach you how to download and install Wi-Fi slacks into VMware on VMware Workstation 12 as a virtual machine. So let's get started. So in order to download Wi-Fi slacks, just go to Google and type Wi-Fi slacks and go to the first website. So as you can see, this website is in Spanish. So as if you are like me who doesn't understand or speak Spanish, simply click on translate and the Google Chrome browser would automatically translate this for you. And then go to the download option. You can open directly this, or you can also open the latest version. So I will simply click on downloads. So when you come to this page, you will have couple of options. You will have the Slackware option first. We don't want to download this. Then we have the VMware option, where you can directly download a VMware setting machine. We don't want to go for that. And now we have a new mirror. If you want, you can download a ISO directly from here, or you can directly download an ISO from here. So both are the same options. Both are based on 4.12, the latest version. So I'm gonna go ahead and download this option. So I'm gonna go ahead and start this download, but I already have a copy of that on my local drive. So as you can see, I have a Wi-Fi slacks 4.12 final. Then I have created a Wi-Fi slacks test folder also for storing my virtual machine. So let's go ahead and start creating a virtual machine. So for creating a virtual machine, click on this icon over here and choose the second option, custom, and click on next. From here, hardware section, let it be the latest one, 12.0, or if you have any downgrade, select your one and click on next. And from here you will select the option, I will install the operating system later, and click on next. From these options, select Linux, and then from the drop down you can select other Linux, or you can simply select Ubuntu, whatever you prefer. I will select Ubuntu over here, Ubuntu, and then click on next. Then name your machine whatever you like. I will simply name it Wi-Fi slacks, and then save the virtual machine wherever you like I always do. I will save this in my virtual machine folder and then click on next. So the processor is 1, that's okay. And the RAM should be 2 GB minimum. Let's click on next. And then for now, use network address translation. Click next. LSI is okay. We have SCSI, that's good. And then create a new virtual disk. 20 GB is enough for this, and store your virtual disk as a single file. Click on next. So browse and save your virtual disk in the same folder or wherever you prefer, and then click on next. So once you are done, click on customize hardware. Then from the network adapter, select your broad internet adapter, and then from the CD select your ISO image. So I'm gonna select my Wi-Fi slacks, click open and then click close, and after you're done, click finish. So once you have created your virtual machine, go ahead and power on this virtual machine. So as you can see, this is also in Spanish, but don't worry, we can change this to English by going on this menu. So from this we'll select run with SMP kernel and press enter. Then we'll select the first option, Wi-Fi with KDE desktop, and press enter. What this will do is this will run a live operating system of Wi-Fi selects. Then within the operating system we can go ahead and install Wi-Fi selects on our virtual machine. So wait for the system to boot up. In the meantime, I will cancel this. So once you have booted into your Wi-Fi selects operating system, if you want you can go full screen or simply do your setup by there. Then okay, click cancel, go to this menu and then go to system. From here select 𝐏𝐫𝐸. So it will launch 𝐏𝐫𝐸. As you can see, we have our 20 GB virtual disk over here. Then go to this device option and click on create partitions table. Select MS-DOS and click apply. Once you have created a partition table, select your unallocated space and then click on partition and click on new. The new size, let it be 2048, that is 2 GB, and the extension should be Linux swap because we are creating a virtual RAM that is necessary for Linux, and click on add. Then the rest of 18 GB you can go ahead and create this as a extension 4 partition, that's okay, and click on add. After you have done creating partitions, simply click on apply and click on apply. Once the operation is successful, click close and then exit 𝐏𝐫𝐸. Then again go to menu, system, and then go to install Wi-Fi slacks, and then select the option Wi-Fi slacks installer graphical user interface. Please note this is in Spanish, so you need to just simply click OK and follow my instruction over here. So it is installing this operating system on the 18 GB partition which we created. So once you are done with installing Wi-Fi slacks, simply click OK. Then it would install grub. Then it will say select the first option, as it says recommendado that means it's recommend in English. Click OK, and then it will install grub 2 as it is a bootloader. And once it is done, click OK, and then you are good to restart your Wi-Fi slacks operating system. Go to menu and click on leave and then click on shutdown. So once your OS is shut down, simply click on power on this virtual machine to boot into your newly installed Wi-Fi slacks. If you want, you can select the highlighted option or it would automatically execute it. I will simply press enter, and then I am being booted into my operating system now. So once you are booted into your operating system, you can go ahead and configure your operating system to work it with VMware. That I will show you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching, guys. Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I am gonna show you how you can configure your Wi-Fi slacks to work with VMware. So for installing VMware tools, what you need to do is you need to go into workstation, then into VM, and click on install VMware tools. So what it would do is it would add a CD of this software into your operating system, then click on open file manager, open with file manager. If you want, you can maximize this and copy this tar.gz file onto your desktop. So paste this onto your desktop. So once you have copied this onto your desktop, simply right click on it and then go to extract and click on extract archive here. Once it is extracted, simply open up your terminal or console and type ls, then go to desktop by typing cd-desktop, then again type ls and move to this, change your directory to this folder, cd and then the folder, and now type ls again. Now you need to use this script to install VMware toolware. So type / and then that command and press enter. It is asking in which directory you want to install. Simply click enter, enter, and again enter and again enter. And it is saying that this part does not exist. Do you want to create it? Simply click yes. And then it is now installing VMware tools on your /OS. Now it is asking in which directory do you install the common agent. Simply press enter, again enter, and again enter, and then again enter. Press enter over here, and now it is started installing this VMware tools. If it says something like this, press enter, then again enter and again enter, enter and enter. Now the VMware has been installed, and you can simply reboot your system and it would automatically go into full screen. I will restart my system. So as you can see, the desktop automatically went full screen. That means our VMware tool was installed successfully and it is running. So this is how you can install your VMware tools on /OS. After you are done with installing, you can delete these two files. Thank you for watching, guys. Welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I am gonna show you how you can configure your Wi-Fi, your wireless adapter or Wi-Fi card with your virtual machine and your Wi-Fi Slacks operating system. So if you are using Wi-Fi Slacks in a virtual machine, then you need to have an external Wi-Fi card. Or if you are using this on a physical machine, then you can go ahead and use your internal Wi-Fi card if you are having a laptop. So for this test, I'm gonna use this Wi-Fi card over here. This is from TP-Link. Unlike Kali, Wi-Fi Slack supports Wi-Fi has a support for like a lot of data cards, but Kali only supports like 3 or 4 data cards, so 3 or 4 chipsets. So that is why we are using Wi-Fi Slacks, because Wi-Fi Slacks has many tools inbuilt which you need to download and install with Kali. So I'm gonna go ahead and connect my Wi-Fi card to my computer, so you'll see how does it function. So as soon as I connect my Wi-Fi card to my computer, you will see that I get a pop-up over here that the following device can be connected to your virtual machine. Click OK. Let me get this full screen. Then right click on your Wi-Fi Slacks tab and click on removable devices and click on the device which you have just connected and click on connect, disconnect from host. So what this would do is this would disconnect your device from Windows operating system and give a direct control to your Wi-Fi Slacks operating system. To check if the device has been successfully connected or not, what you can do, you can go to terminal or console and type iwconfig. This command is used in order to check for wireless adapters. So as you can see, we have one wireless adapter known as WLAN 0. Then if you want to check what other internet connectivity adapters you have on your computer, you can type the same command ifconfig, which is used in every other Linux distribution. So as you can see, I have one loopback address, then I have my WLAN 0 which is my wireless card, then I have a Ethernet adapter over here. So guys, before you start any kind of wireless attack, make sure you change your MAC address by going to command. Then you need to disable your Wi-Fi card. For that, simply type command ifconfig wlan 0 down. After it is down, then you can type MAC changer and -R for reset, and then the adapter name, that is wlan 0. So as you can see, this is the current MAC and this is the permanent MAC and the new MAC address is this. So we'll do this one more time to see if it has been changed or not, and press enter. So this was the current MAC. As you can see, the new MAC address, then we have a permanent MAC address, and then the new MAC address. So make sure you always change your MAC address before hacking into any wireless networks. So this is how you can connect your wireless card to your virtual machine. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can find hidden access point. So for that, first we need to configure your wireless card with Wi-Fi flags. For that, go ahead and launch your terminal or console, and in that type iwconfig. As you can see, I have a wireless card known as wlan 0. Before you configure this, simply type --ng check to check what kind of process are running. So you need to kill all these 3 processes. For that, click the up arrow, or you can type the command --ng check and then kill. So what it would do, it would kill all these 3 processes. Now you're good to go and start your monitor mode on your wireless card. So monitor mode is required to make the card work with your software, or in this case kernel. So for that, we are gonna type --ng and then we would type start wlan 0. So as you can see, I have a wireless card over here and the monitor mode is enabled on mon 0. So for going forward, we won't be using wlan 0. Instead of that, we are gonna use mon 0. So we are done with the monitoring mode. Now we need to go ahead and find any available wireless network within the range of our Wi-Fi card. For that, you need to type --ng start mon 0. So --dump is the what this will do. This software will find the available access point within the range of your wireless card, and this would be done on the mon 0 interface. So press enter. So just remove start and press enter. So as you can see, I have 2 access points within my range. So as you can see, I have 2 access points with no name, length, and this says that this has length and colon. As you can see, this has the name as length and colon. So that means it has a name with 8 characters. So let me just stop over here and tell you what these details means. So BSS ID means the MAC address of your Wi-Fi router, and the power means the signal quality. The lesser the number, the good, and the more the number, the worse signal it is. And CH means on which channel it is running. The encryption type means what type of encryption it is using. The strongest right now is WAP2 and the worst is the WEP encryption. And as you can see, ESS ID means the name of the router, and over here this is the station. That means this mobile is connected on this router, so this router is connected to this mobile if you want to keep it in that way. So this is how your scanning looks like when you scan for a wireless network. Then let's go ahead and focus on finding the name of this wireless network. So what we are gonna do is we are gonna open a new window, and then we are gonna use the command --dump ng -C, the channel on which this card is running. So this is running on channel 11, and then your interface, that is mon 0. So what this will do is, this instead of showing all the details, it would only focus on channel 11. That means we would only be able to see this and this. In case if you want to go ahead and just focus on this router only, you can add a BSS ID. So I will add --BSS ID and the MAC address of that router and press enter. So what this is doing is, this is only focusing on this router. So as you can see, this device is connected to this router. In order to find a name of a router in this scenario, there should be a device connected to the router always. So as you can see, this device is connected to this router. So as you can see, after focusing on this particular access point, I was able to find the ESS ID, and it is Hey Dude. So this is how you find a hidden ESS ID or a router's name. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial where I'm gonna show you how you can crack a WEP password of a wireless router. So the easiest way is to crack the WEP password by using the Wi-Fi program. For that, go to Wi-Fi /, then go to wireless, and over here you will find the Wi-Fi 2 program. You can launch it from over here, or you can simply type Wi-Fi in the terminal. So this would launch the Wi-Fi program, and now it is scanning for wireless targets. So wait for it to complete the scan. So our target is gonna be Hack Me If You Can. As you can see, this has a WEP encryption. So once we are done with scanning, you can press Ctrl+C to stop. Then it would ask you which is your target number. So we are gonna hack this, so I'll type 1 and press enter. And now it has started collecting IVs from that router. So wait for the IVs to complete. So in order to successfully crack a Wi-Fi router WEP with WEP encryption, you need somewhere from 30,000 IVs to 50,000 IVs. So it would be able to crack your WEP password. So wait for it to complete. So as you saw, it started cracking the Wi-Fi router when it received 10,000 IVs, but it was unsuccessful. So it is going ahead and collecting more IVs. So as you saw, once it captured 21,000 IVs, it was able to crack the password by itself. So the key is 12345678991. So this is how you crack a WEP password using Wi-Fi. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna teach you how you can create a fake access point with the same MAC address and as the same name of a legit router. So this attack can be used against any Wi-Fi router which has WEP, WPS or WPA security. Alright. So what does this actually does is it copies the MAC address and the name of a legit router, and then it creates a fake access point from that details. After creating the fake access point, it blocks all the traffic to that router by jamming all the traffic within the Wi-Fi range. Then after that, if a user is unable to connect to this network, what he will do is he will go into his Wi-Fi settings, and then he will find out that there are two access points with the same name. So if a person is not a technical user, what he will do, he will connect to the one which is not connected already. So what a person would do is he would try to connect to a access point which is not connected already. After it connects to the access point, when the person tries to visit any kind of website, or if he opens his browser, he will get an prompt to enter the password for a particular router. So this is how Evil Twin attack works, and I will show you how it does, and let's go ahead and get started. So for starting Evil Twin, what you need to do is you need to click on menu, then you need to go to Wi-Fi slacks, then you need to go to WPA. As you can see here, we have Linset, this is in Spanish, and then we have Fluxion, this is in English. Both are the same tool, both do the same function, but this is in English and this one is in Spanish. So I will open Fluxion. Let's wait till it configures itself. So as you can see, it just got updated to the latest version. So after the screen pops up, you need to select your language, that is English, press enter. Then it will ask you for the interface, simply select WLAN 0 and press enter. So once you have selected your interface, you can scan all the channels, or if you know a specific channel, you can scan that. I will go ahead and scan all the channels. So as you saw, it opened a new window. Let's wait for our router to pop up. So this is gonna be our target right here. Hey dude. So I'm gonna just stop it by pressing Ctrl+C. So as you see, it gave me a list of details. So it is asking me which router you wanna attack. So I'm gonna select number 3, press 3 and then press enter. So as you see, it is giving me a couple of options: fake AP, hostpad, and then we have 𝐼𝐸 this is not gonna work, and then we have brute force router. This is same as brute force WPS attack as Reaver. This is not gonna work. We are not gonna work with this also. So I'm gonna use fake AP and hostpad, and I'm gonna press 1 and press enter. So it is asking me for a handshake location. So I'm gonna just ignore it and press enter for default. So it is asking me which tool you want to use for handshake check. 𝐼𝐸𝐴𝐸 is the most used tool, and it is the most updated and most trusted tool. So I'm gonna choose 𝐼𝐸𝐴𝐸, press enter, and then it is asking me how you want to capture handshake. So as you remember, in the last lecture we did the authentication using AirPlay. So I'm gonna go ahead and use enter 1 and press enter. So over here it has started the authenticating this device over here, and if we get a handshake, this would automatically stop. So let's wait and see if we get a handshake. It is de-authenticating at the device over here. So let's just cancel this. So wait for the device and router to reconnect itself. So once you successfully get a handshake, over here press 1 for check handshake and press enter. So as you can see, it was successfully able to check handshake. Now what you need to do is you need to select web interface, because we are creating a fake access point. If you select brute force, it will go back to the 𝐼𝐸𝐴𝐸𝐴𝐸 window. Enter 1 and press enter. After that, select the page, select the language for the login page. I'm gonna select English and press enter. So it has started creating a fake access point. As you can see, this is where I would be able to see the details of the access point, how many devices are connected and how many attempts are made, and then the channel number and operation type. This is the DHCP server. Whichever device is connected to this, then this would provide the DHCP IP configuration to that device. And then this is the domain capture. It will capture all the details for the website the device is trying to visit. And this is the disconnecting, like this is the authentication window. This is disconnecting the device from the router. It could connect to our fake access point. So let's go ahead and see. So as you can see, one client is connected to this, and this is the same device which was connected to the original router. So let's wait and see what does the client do. So I will open my browser and I will get this screen on my browser. I will share the screenshot with you. Then I will enter the WPA password. So this is the domain. This is all the details it is trying to view, and as you can see, it has already made one attempt. So let's go ahead and try once more. So I'm gonna go ahead and enter the correct password, and then I'm gonna submit. So as you can see, as soon as I entered the correct password, it was able to find my key, and then it killed all the procedure. Was guided to enter the password again for the original access point. This is how you can use Evil Twin to create a fake access point and gather the user information regarding this. Thank you for watching this. Hey guys, welcome to this topic where I'm gonna tell you about man in the middle attack. So man in the middle attack is a kind of attack where you enter into a network and all the traffic of that network is routed through your computer. So you have the information like which computer is trying to view which website and which computer is trying to enter which credentials into which website. It is a kind of attack where a malicious person inserts himself into a network and intercepts the communication between two parties. So you can also communicate bank details information. You can also intercept Facebook information. You can intercept every kind of information that is being routed through that network to your computer. So man in the middle attack is mostly performed just to gain information or eavesdropping. You can also harvest credentials using this technology. You can also collect all the information that the person is trying to view or the services which are running on that person's computer through this attack. And man in the middle attack is difficult to identify. It does not infect any hardware or software. What it does, it just makes your computer as the default gateway for your routers traffic, and all the traffic is routed through your computer. So nobody can predict, nobody can figure out if anybody is trying to do a man in the middle attack on your network until and unless you don't go and diagnose your router. So apart from just gaining the information, the attacker can also modify the information received from the sender to the receiver or vice versa. So in case if the sender is trying to send an email to some party regarding the account number details to send money, what the attacker can do, it could send the information to the second party, and when the second party would reply, it would change the information in middle to his own account details, and the money would be transmitted to the attacker's account. So this is what is known as the man in the middle attack. So this was it guys for MITM. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. Hey, welcome to this tutorial guys, where I'm gonna show you the man in the middle attack. So for that we need to go with couple of steps, and we need to include multiple tools within it. So this tutorial is gonna be a long tutorial, so before wasting any time, let's get started. So I have multiple operating system for this, and Kali Linux would be my pen testing operating system, and my Windows 7 would be my target or victim operating system. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna route all the traffic through my Kali Linux system, and I'm gonna collect all the information which is being viewed by Windows 7 operating system. So let's get started. For that you need to go ahead and start ethercap. So for that you need to go into applications, then sniffing and snooping, and here we have ethercap. So let's wait for it to start. Once it is been loaded, go to sniff and then click on unified sniffing and select your Ethernet adapter. It would be Ethernet 0 or wireless, whichever you want. You can select, click OK, and then go to host and select scan for host. So as you can see, it has started scanning the host. Then go to host and click on host list. So here you would be able to see host list. So I'm gonna select .2 as my router and click on add to target 1, and then I'm gonna go ahead and check my Windows what is the IP address for this. Then I'm gonna type command, then I'm gonna type ifconfig. So the address is .132, so I'm gonna go ahead and select 132 to target 2. Then I'm gonna go to MITM, and then I'm gonna start ARP poisoning. So I'm gonna click on ARP poisoning and then click on sniff remote connections. So we are gonna sniff this remotely and press OK. So as we see, we have group 1 as target.2. This is gonna be our router address. Then we have group 2 as our victim. So we are gonna go to start and then click on start sniffing. So it has started sniffing the network. Then I'm gonna go to open command, and then I'm gonna type the command driftnet -i for interface and then eth0 and start it. So this window as of now, this is blank, but as soon as our victim starts viewing any kind of website, all the images would be available into this. So let's go to Windows 7, open Internet Explorer, then simply click on this link. As soon as we visit this link, all the images would be available over here, as you can see. So these were the images from the website. As you see, as soon as I visit this website, I would be able to capture the images over here. So this is how you capture the images using driftnet. Now let's go ahead and use URL sniffing. So in this case, if the victim is trying to visit any kind of website, we would be able to get the URL of that website. URL snarf, then -i for internet interface, and then eth0 and press enter. So as you can see, the URL snarf has been started. Now let's go ahead and visit some websites on this Google post. So currently I have opened 2 different websites. Let's go back. So as you can see, here we are able to get the details of the website the victim is trying to visit. If you want to see what kind of website it is, you can simply click on open link on this website, and it would be opening into your Firefox browser, which is inbuilt into Kali Linux. So this is how you view the URL of your victim. So after this, we are gonna go ahead and capture all the ID and password of the victim. So all the details would be redirected to this port. So now we are gonna type the command ssl strip -l for listen and the port number and press enter. So this is listening to this SSL strip is listening to port 666. Now let's go ahead and visit facebook.com. So let's try Google's Chrome. Go to Facebook login and then open Facebook and try to enter anything. thing@anything.com and the password simply is 123456788A and press enter. So as you see, it's saying wrong email, but we were able to get some details over here. So once we receive all the details, we are gonna go to open a new terminal. So in order to see the log file, we are gonna type the command leafpad then ssl strip.log. So it will open the log file, and as you can see, this one is pretty big, so we are gonna word wrap it. So this is how you capture all the details using SSL strip. Thank you for watching, guys. So welcome to this topic, guys, where I'm gonna tell you about the dark web. Dark web is a world wide web which is not available on your clear web like the normal browsers like Google Chrome and Mozilla Firefox, and it is different from the normal internet. So dark web has something called as dark website within it, where you can do illegal things and buy and purchase stuff which you are not able to purchase and sell on the normal internet. So dark web is the world wide web content that exists on darknet over the networks. So in this scenario, we are gonna use Tor browser. Tor stands for the onion routing, and your data traffic is routed through 3 different IP addresses. Then there are 3 relays within your network traffic, so it is very hard to figure out from where the traffic came, and you can also not find out where the website is based. So dark web uses the public internet but requires specific software configuration and authorization to access it, like the Tor browser. So deep web has its own conventional search engines like Grams and Torch search engine, where you can find out the websites you require. So in order to view dark web websites, you need a browser bundle called as Tor, which is based on Firefox, and it is freely available to download for anyone. After downloading Tor, you can go to the .onion sites. Let me tell you, .onion sites are the website which belong to the dark web. So this was it, guys, for dark web. See you in the next topic. Thank you for watching. So welcome to this tutorial, guys, where I'm gonna show you how you can install and run Tor browser. Tor stands for the onion routing. You can use it as a VPN. It is also used as a browser to visit .onion sites. .onion sites belong to the dark web. So let me tell you a little about this Tor web browser. So what it does, it hops your internet traffic through 3 different nodes, and it attaches some encryption within this traffic. Every time a traffic is hopped within a node, it removes a layer of encryption, and when the last node, that is the third node, is known as exit node. So the third node, it's routed as a simple traffic, and then it goes to the website and comes back, and again the same procedure is repeated. So it routes your traffic through 3 different nodes, that is 3 different IP address. For example, first your traffic would be routed to Netherlands, then it would be routed to Germany, then US, and then the target website. So again, when it's the traffic is returning from the website, it would be routing the same way. And when you're visiting a .onion site, it adds a 3 relays within it. So this is how Tor works. So let's go ahead and try to install it. So for installing Tor, you need to first download Tor browser bundle. For that, you need to go to tor.org, torproject.org, and then from that you need to select the download Tor option. So it would download the .exe file on desktop. So to let you know, Tor browser is based on Firefox browser. If you have used the Firefox browser, Tor is not anything different than that. It's same as the Firefox browser, but it has some encryption techniques built within it, so it is used to visit darknet websites. So guys, to let you know, the installation procedure is same for Windows 7, 8 and 10. you need to install in a different way on Linux and Mac OS. So I'm gonna go ahead and install this on Windows 7, but the procedure would be the same. So once the setup is downloaded, open the folder and double click on it to run it. Then it would ask you where you need to install this or extract this. Please note this wouldn't install, so it would just extract it as you extract something from WinRAR, same as that. So go ahead and click install, select your path and click install. So as you can see, it has started extracting. So once the setup has extracted, go ahead and run if you want to, and if you want to add shortcuts and everything. I will just not do this right now. Click on finish and then open Google. I will tell you why. Then go ahead and if you want, you can also move this folder on your desired location after that. So go into this folder and click on start Tor browser. So it would launch a setting box. So over here you can select like you want a direct Tor connection, or you can also configure this to go to Tor through a proxy. So I would go ahead and select direct Tor connection. So once you click on connect, it starts connecting to Tor network. So once it is connected, it will launch the browser. First it makes a connection and then after that it launches a browser. So once the connection is made, this browser has been launched. So first of all, I would like to show you something. Just go to google.com. As you can see, I was redirected directly to google.com. The reason being, if you click on this onion icon, you will see this my data has been routed to France, then United States, and then again the United States, and then the internet. So this is why we were able to directly go to google.com. If you want, you can create a new identity or you can create a new Tor circuit. So what this would do, this would shuffle the IP addresses within the Tor network. If you select a new identity, then it would give you a brand new identity, like you have just restarted your browser, or if you have nothing on your browser, something like that. So as you saw, we were able to visit google.com. Let me go ahead and click on new identity. So it will ask you to restart your browser to set a new identity. Click yes. So we have a new identity. Let's go ahead and go to google.com again. So as you see, it is asking me for the CAPTCHA. So go ahead and enter that. So if you don't know why this appears, let me tell you. It appears because if you make too many requests from a single IP to the google.com host, then it gives you this error. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and open Yahoo. So to guys let you know, Tor network is very slow because it is trying to route your traffic to multiple IPs, so it does take some time. So as you can see, we are now into some Google, and I don't know what does this means. I guess it's Russia. So let's see. No, it's Netherlands. So right now my traffic is routed to France, and then Netherlands. Alright, so let's go ahead and select a new identity, and then it would again restart my browser. So no, I'm not gonna do that. So let's go ahead and search for hidden wiki address. So to let you know guys, hidden wiki is the Wikipedia of the dark web, where you can find all the details of dark web and everything. So I guess Google it's not allowing me to view the address. No worries. Let's see in Yahoo. So let me show you the circuit over here. So as you can see, I am routed to France, then UK, then the Netherlands. Alright, so let's go to hidden wiki address. Then it's still showing me forbidden. Alright, so I think Yahoo gave me the address. Okay, so let's open this. So over here you have the Torch search engine, then we have the DuckDuckGo search engine in .onion. So let's just copy the hidden wiki URL from here and then paste it directly into your Tor browser. Don't paste this URL into Google or anything else, because it will show you results but it won't be able to open. in some other browser apart from Tor. So I will go ahead and press enter. So I can show you something. So as you see, the domain is .onion. That means it is a Tor network website. So here we go to the .onion website. Here you will find introduction points and everything. So basically this is the handbook to begin with darknet. Like, this is the manual of how to begin with darknet. You will find many things over here. So this is how it does. So let me show you one more thing. If I go to this onion option, then you will see the routing of my network. As you can see, it is routed to France, Germany, France, and then we have 3 relays in between, and then the onion side. So after the third node, the data has been routed into relays, and then relay and onion side. This is because this is to protect your identity. The website doesn't know from where you are browsing, and you don't know where the website is located. So this is why the 3 relays in between. So this is how your traffic is routed if you use a .onion link. So hold on, let me tell you one more thing. If you go full screen, it will give you an error. It will give you a warning that if you go full screen, the website would be able to fingerprint you. So this is the default size of Tor. Whenever you open Tor in any kind of operating system or any other devices, this is the default screen resolution for Tor. So that was it, guys, for Tor. This is how you can visit the darknet. If you want, you also have a search engine for Tor. Then we have Grams, then we have Torch. There are like many search engines like Google. Let me show you Grams. So we don't have Grams. Let's go to DuckDuckGo Torch engine. So DuckDuckGo is also available for ClearNet. In case if you don't know what ClearNet is known, ClearNet is the name of normal internet that you and every other person use, like google.com and other things. So DuckDuckGo is also available on ClearNet, and it's also a search index for Tornet. So let's search Grams. Let's see if we are able to find Grams. Okay, it's giving me something else. Grams. So if you're not able to find anything on Tor, you can just go to your normal internet and you can type the details over here. Then the internet would be able to give you the details, the Tor address. So I will type Grams search Tor. So as you can see, it gave me the details. Search engine called Grams. Let's open this Grams search engine. Address. So I think it doesn't have the address over here. Not an issue. Let's just close this and go to so not an worry, if you go to hidden wiki, you would be able to find that. So as you can see, we have Grams over here, search darknet markets and more. And this is it, guys. This is how you can use Tor. And example, if I search over here, as you can see, it is giving me an example of cannabis, but I would suggest you not to do illegal things on Tor. And this tutorial is for sole purpose of education only. If you go ahead and do anything illegal, I am not responsible for that, guys. So that was it for Tor. Thank you for watching.